scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be real careful. You know, sometimes in life, you're walking around and not walking around, but you're dealing with people, and then you figure that, okay, fine, you come up in a situation where around certain people that you're so accustomed to be moving with, and you're so accustomed to being nice and free, and, and then you have to walk like you're on pins and needles, and you get yourself in a position where everything you do, you have to explain. Boy, that could be burdensome. Good morning, my good friend. How are you doing? Good morning, my good friend. How are you doing?
Well, I didn't realize my name changed to my good friend. Morning, Mr. Andre Donald. Morning to the listeners.
You know what?
Real FM.
you just proved me correct. You just proved me correct. Oh, my. You in here with me. I say good morning, my good friend. Do you understand? And you're saying that. Oh, okay, so good morning, Carl Caton. How are you?
That's better. Morning, Mr. Andre Donald. How you doing?
That's not good. I don't like the Mr. Andre Donald is fine.
Were you misleading me?
No.
Because last night we had a conversation and you implored me to put some respect to the name.
See, that is what your problem is. You are constantly taking private conversation and bring them in the public domain. I thought you would, know better than to do that. But again, it is important that one has to understand that training continues. Training is a continuous process. The other people can see you.
And what's your end game?
End game?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
With the training.
It's to make you as good as possible.
Okay.
So what?
So what's up with you? What's up, Andre?
Oh, I thought my name has changed to you.
There we go.
Well, yeah, because that's what you did.
Yeah, but you don't correct something you feel wasn't proper by doing the same thing.
Yeah, you have to do it so then they figure out, they feel it.
Yeah. Morning, gold teeth.
Who's that?
A police officer. He met me yesterday and he said, I listen to the program every time and you never call me one time. So I said, this morning, I'm going to big you up. Morning, gold teeth, you know who you are.
You say that you make statements sometimes with such venom. I'm like, okay, fine, what's up with it? But anyway, it is what it is. A man is a man.
Well, gold teeth, no, because gold teeth pull me aside and tell me how come he never get big up. Gold teeth, he hear call out a fella's name, but he listening every time. I was walking through the bus terminus in Grenville, and he and some other officers was there, and he stepped aside, Dre. And he said, Sarge, I want to talk to you. So I said, well, what might be? He said, Sarge, I listen to the program every day, and you yet to make fellas know me and you his friends. Yeah, he asked me if I don't want fellas know me and his friends. So I said, okay. So I had to say it in a kind of manner so you don't understand. Morning, gold teeth. So
you had to say that venom.
Yeah, so you get it. Casper, morning too.
Go ahead. I'm giving you the time to say good morning to everybody that you want to say good morning to. Go on.
And Harvey.
This is your time. Your turn to burn.
Lena B. And Lee. Well, let me know them not listening and say it doesn't hear. Power. Yeah. Corty. Yeah, Dre, so what's up with you?
You finished?
Yeah, for now.
You ain't finished. Go ahead.
Black Sparrow. Well, all don't come to me yet, man.
Take your time. They're coming. Go on. I'm listening, you know. They're coming. They're coming to you. Trust me, I didn't say they're rich. I said they're coming.
Rondell calls Rondell. Nah, they don't come yet.
I'm listening.
Dre, I said to you that is it for now. What that smile all about? Is it a genuine one or a mischief one?
Yesterday was my nephew's birthday.
Oh,
Yeah.
in state or out of state? Your nephew?
He's in what?
In state or out of state?
Oh. He doesn't reside in Grenada. No.
Yeah. Because I know he's a guy who has a lot of relatives, family out of state.
Most people have a lot of relatives out of state. Oh, your partner saying good morning. You ain't even tell him good morning.
Zico?
No, man.
Oh.
The one on the bike.
Zico, man.
What's your name?
Maxine Belfon, in the time when we used to play football, he used to call himself Zico. Dandara said to bring up the eggs for him, Zico.
I'm giving you your time in it.
Let's go. According to him, and then you capture it real nice on him and Lord Blakey. I hear. Remember that time? I hear.
Okay. Remember I promised the nation that I was going to have an interview this morning with Kenny Lal Singh, yeah?
Yes.
Remember that?
You did.
So it is imperative that I fulfill that that promise.
Yeah. Don't let your promise be like a cake. Don't break it.
If I follow it, cake is not the only. They break bread.
Why use cake?
You know, they break
They
eggs.
cut bread.
They break eggs. Tell me what they do. Yeah, they break eggs. Stop that one. Stop that one. Yeah, that one just go for 6 over the boundary. Stop it now. They break, and they always break eggs. They can't do anything else with eggs before they use it. Break it.
I have to leave you with something, man. I go leave you with that.
What?
They break eggs?
No, well, you can't win. You can't win.
No, I don't want to.
You can't win. They break eggs. I'll give you another one. They use water. There's nothing else they can do with water but use it.
Well, water get used just like money get used. Too.
Yeah. No.
Money get used.
No. Money gets spent.
Money get used.
No. Money gets spent.
I'll bring you.
Spend the money. And let's leave it right there. Oh, I think. What?
Money get used.
Money gets spent.
Steve would tell him money get used.
Who is Steve?
A gentleman from Rivasali. Aiga.
Don't cause me to say wrong things.
You can't say wrong
Steve
things.
don't know what he's saying.
Steve.
That. I would leave it at that. Steve, sorry.
And then
lose.
and Stephen tongue before you, eh? So Stephen tongue long.
So
he does claim that your tongue long.
Is that what I'm playing tongue? Long. Long. Other people have been.
And Harvey, morning to you. Hope you're having a good time up
What's
in
up
Union.
with you and Harvey?
Now, my very good friend, she's in the Union. She went up Union Island, so.
People
Like the Seabass lady, you know.
just about to say something that would have put me in trouble, yeah? So I ain't gonna say it.
You put you in trouble.
Uh-huh.
So you go willingly walk into trouble and they say walk away from trouble.
As I say, I
Wow.
want to say people go up to Union Island either for CMOS or for other things.
I think for vacation.
But that too. That too. They go up for vacation. Anyway, it's 15 minutes now, friends, before the 7 o'clock hour. And as I said, we did promise to have Kenny Lal Singh with us this morning. And we can see him in the green room. What he needs, I know he's listening. And what he needs to do in the green room is How you say? Straighten yourself, man.
Steady yourself.
Steady yourself so that we can see your face. We can't see your face right now. And if we can see your face, then we can start talking to you, sir. All right. Do we need to send him a message? Okay, probably we need to send him a message. Here we go. Where is it? All right, so he's there, and I sent him a message. It has what, 2 ticks?
And Harvey's protesting, Andres. You see, I'm not hearing you guys.
Well, I can make a hair.
Well, maybe on the medium, your voice not going out.
My voice, everything is proper.
All right.
So somebody's telling me that they're not seeing my colors. They're not seeing your colors too. My colors. So friends, here it is. See, this represents Grenada independence. Happy independence is written here. Yeah. I'm not necessarily one of those into. Why are we getting right? Good. Good. We finally got him. He finally acceded to our request. So I think we've got him now.
So let's roll.
So if we got him, then we may as well roll with him. Kenny Loudson, good morning to you, and how are you doing?
Good morning, Andre. And good morning to all your listeners. I am good.
All right, great. Lovely to hear that. Andre down here, and also Carl Caton with me, but I'm the one going to be basically talking to you for the next couple of minutes or so. Folks have tried to wonder, hey, why are we bringing Kenny Loudson on this morning? Are we going to be speaking politics? No, not necessarily speaking politics. We're going to be dealing with Kenny Loudson and his company Calico. First, I believe the proper thing to do this morning is to take a couple of seconds and wish Kenny Loudson happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, sir.
Thank you very much, Andre.
All right, and you celebrate
for the good wishes.
All right, you celebrated 71, so I saw on social media.
Yes, I think you're correct. I'm fortunate to have celebrated 71.
You're fortunate to have celebrated 71.
I hope you can when time comes.
I would say it a bit of sarcasm, but of course that's you. You're the one who's constantly filled with sarcasm.
No. You're trying to wish you long life, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Kenny, let's also recognize the fact that your company, Calico, and that's the primary reason this morning that I want to speak to you. Sometime this week, your company celebrated, 40 years?
Yes, it has been in existence for 40 years.
All right, take us, Kenny, to the embryonic stages of Calico. Where did Calico all start?
Well, the name Calico was created while I was in detention under the PRG, while I was in prison, planning to be released. Of course, I have no control, but I'm always an optimistic person, and good will prevail. So the name Calico was created while I was. And when I came out after a few months, I registered the company and started operation around March 1982.
All right. So, what does the acronym mean? KALICO. Yeah. What does that mean, Kenny?
Kenny A. Loudson Investment Company.
So it's all about Kenny then. I thought it was something to do with Chiron and Kennard and so on. It's all about Kenny.
Well, the K represent Chiron and Kennard.
Oh, okay. And somebody's missing though.
Kenisha.
I thought you would say that, bro. What's up? How's she doing though? Tell me, how's she doing?
She is good. She's good. Spoke to her 2 days ago.
All right,
She
great,
is good.
lovely. Please give her my respects next time you speak to her.
I surely will.
Yeah,
But she
yeah,
has
do
your
that.
picture. She has
Say
your
again?
picture from. She has your picture from 1990,
Oh, she does.
1991.
1991. Yeah, that was
You
the year
remember
of
the
the go.
picture when the stone fell on the bus?
Yeah, I remember that picture. I remember that
Yeah.
picture. Yeah,
We were going to
she's
work and she was going to school.
yeah, she's a good girl. She's a good girl. I remember her, but Kenny, she's the epitome of Kenny Lal Singh. Always bordering on the line of destruction sometimes.
Then she can be Kenny Nelson.
But she is. You don't know. You don't know Kenny Lal Singh. All these 71 years and Kenny don't know Kenny Lal Singh. Something is wrong. But let's look at the developments of Calico. What did you start with, and where did the company start? In a warehouse, in what building? Tell us about that.
Well, in 1982, it was my second start in life because the first start in life was destroyed in 1979. So I restarted in 1982 after registering a company, and I started with a wholesale retail business in the town of Sates, where we are at present.
All right, and what did you vision back then, Kenny? What were you seeing?
Well, when I started, the whole intention was to build a massive business in Grenada, throughout Grenada. That is my vision for Calico, that I should be in every parish and possibly in other countries in the Caribbean. But of course, as time goes on, I got involved in politics. The next 3 years, became the MP for St. Patrick West, and that created great setback for my business. So while I had a vision to develop and broaden the horizon, it was not to be because of politics, but I have no regrets.
Because you just saying to me, Kenny, that serving the people of St. Patrick set you back. That's what you just said.
No, it set back the business development. Remember I said earlier, the vision was that Calico would grow throughout and be in every parish in Grenada. But getting involved in politics set back the growth of Calico. I hope I make it very clear.
Well, it is clear, but then it's left up to I can then say that probably you did not. Is it correct to suggest that you did not put the proper measures in place when you got into politics so as to afford the growth of the company? I could ask that question.
Well, it was just 2 years in existence. I was still a young man. And I had a lot to learn as it relates to business growth and expansion. Now, having got involved in politics, that set me back in developing the business. Remember, I didn't inherit this business. It is something that started from scratch.
Yeah.
A lot of people in Grenada who have inherited a business and they can either fail or develop it. In my case, it started from scratch. Started with what, 3 or 4 workers, and I was just doing almost everything. Of course, by 1984, I built the first self-service in Sates. It was a very strange thing for the people of Sates. Instead of standing at the counter, they came and handpicked the items. And many people ask me, are you sure Sates is ready for that? I say, they're not quite, but they will get in line because the world is changing and people need to be abreast.
You moved from, of course, 3 employees, which is what you started with, as you suggested here. Do you remember those 3 employees?
It was Mary John from Davie. There was another young lady, I can't remember her name. And then I had 2 guys working with me on the truck. Mountbatten John was one of them. And Mountbatten and myself used to go out there and do sales. And wherever we reach, we head for St. George's, load the truck, the van again, full of goods, and come back up to start for the next day. And I did that for many months before I hired a salesman and hired more people. I have had some quick growth from 1982 to 1983.
Okay, explain to us that quick growth.
Well, we started with a small retail shop at the front and wholesale at the back, developing the wholesale on the road, and I had people coming in to buy, and the grocery itself developed similar to what S.A. Belfon and P.G. Hostin and Mr. Park was doing. So I really fell in line with all of them and probably even surpassed them after a while, because I was perhaps the biggest wholesaler in Sautez at one time.
How was Kenny able to, as you just suggested, you just said, surpass people like Park and Belfon and others who were there and entrenched in this long before you? How were you able to do that?
Well, I'm a very innovative person. I like to look at new ideas. So I read, I follow, I look at what's going on in the world, and I decide that I need to make changes. I am not afraid, because of my age or where I came from, to make the necessary changes so that you can fit and fall in line to build an institution. So my whole thing was to build Calico as a business institution, and it must be the very best and best organized.
And do you think that you would have achieved such at this particular point in time, or close to?
I still think I have some way to go, because change is a permanent thing in life, and I'm always looking for the challenge to do something to improve on what I am doing. So while you think you might get there, by the time you get there, things have changed, and so you have to change to suit it.
Let us look at your development over the years in relation to establishing different businesses or different branches, if you'd call it, or outlets. You started here in St. Patrick's, Sautez Main Street to be exact, Lower Town, and your first venture out to St. Patrick's, you did go to St. George's, correct?
Yes, I went to St. George's to the, oh no, I had a small shop in Grenville.
Oh, really?
I had a small shop in Grenville, which was a failure. I teamed up with a lady from Montrose. She had a building exactly where Marketing Board was. Mm-hmm. She had the building. I tried to get it. The people say, as long as she has it, I can't get it. And so I teamed up with her and thought that we could have developed a good business in Grenville. Mm-hmm. It didn't last very long. And then I just walked away from it. And I said to her, look, this thing isn't working, so you better take it over. And I left it. So that was my first failure.
Your first venture out of Sautez, out of St. Patrick, was a failure.
It was a failure. But
All right, but
I would never want to fail.
I know that. But you went in, your next move, of course, many years later, was to move into the city. And you found that space, Karani James Boulevard, Nutmeg Association building, if I can call it that. I'm not even too sure what I can call it, but in that building. Tell us about that, about your experience there.
Well, it was after Hurricane Ivan. I went to the GCNA to get the GCNA building in Grenville, because that was my first choice. I wanted two things I wanted to do. I wanted to move my distribution business from Sates to St. George's, because I'm bringing the goods to Sates. So we moved from a wholesale retail in Sates and started developing a distribution. Well, you move the goods from St. George's to Sates, and you have to bring back 75% of the goods to St. George's. So then I was very clear that I had to move my distribution to St. George's. But in doing so, in order to make the distribution successful, I needed to have outlets. I couldn't do like some of the other companies without retail outlets. So I approached the GCNA for the building in Grenville that was destroyed after Hurricane Ivan. And I put all the plans in place to renovate it and open the kind of shop that I wanted. Unfortunately, they gave it to somebody else. So I then had to take the second option, which was the Gcna Complex. It was not the ideal location. And so, but that opened long after Ivan. That opened in 2009. It was not the ideal location. And so again, it was another failure.
You mean
Sorry,
the one
I opened the complex in 2010. But by that time, I had moved my distribution 2009 to Frequency. So that was developing. And then I made the decision to go to the complex. And I spent just about a year and a half, 2 years. That again, Andre, was a failure.
Why
I lost probably $2 million in that venue.
Was a failure? So many people were served by that, Kenny. That cauldron of people from the Carnage, from the Belmont area, Jangle area were utilizing the place, and you call it a failure? Why was it a failure?
I'm not hearing you. It's very low.
Okay. Are you hearing me any better now?
The volume is still low.
I don't know. It would have to be on your side, because I've made no adjustments on my side here. I don't
Are you
know.
hearing me loud?
I'm hearing you perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Are you hearing me any better?
I'm hearing you. Not as before.
I don't know. Something must have gone wrong somewhere in the system, but definitely all my levels are reading the way they should be reading. So I don't know if it's something on your side. Are you using your phone, Kenny?
I'm using my phone.
Right. So I can tell you what happened. What happened is that you got a call, and when you got that call, the levels would have changed with you not taking that call. The levels would have changed. So it has to do with your phone. So sometimes you have to go out and come back in order to achieve.
Let me check.
Yeah, you'd have to go out sometimes and come back. And that's the limitations of using the phone in relation to this. So probably what we'll do is remove you and then let you come back in. Once you come back in, the levels will go back up. But it happens that way when phones are used and a call comes in. at the same time while you're doing the program. It's real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www. Mr. Miller. Somebody says good morning. You know who would call you that? And Caroline, your sister's birthday was yesterday. Well, happy belated birthday to her. All right. So let's see. We've got back Kenny. We do not have a picture of you. Again, you seem to be having some challenges on your side, my brother. I really truly don't know what it is. All right, so you'll have to go out again, Kenny, and come back in, because that call that you took really and truly caused the problem that we are experiencing. That call that came into your phone caused the problem this morning. And Keaton, are you hearing me? Are you somewhere else? I know you sometimes go off into the stratosphere, to use a big word there. Say again?
You have to reset the thing. Mr. Lal Singh.
I'm not sure, because I'm not seeing him. He's not coming up. He looks like if he's there, but there's no. Let me see. Hello, Kenny, are you there?
Yes, I am there.
Okay, but I'm not seeing your picture anyway. Are you there still? Hello? Okay, so he's gone again. Okay, Kenneth Joseph. Well, please tell Kenisha good morning and then introduce her to the stream. What's up with you, Kenneth Joseph? All right. Are you there now again?
I'm hearing you now.
You're hearing me. Okay, you're hearing me, but unfortunately, I'm not seeing your picture. I don't know what went wrong with your phone again. Are you there?
I am there.
Okay, great. So let's talk. People know what you look like, so I guess they don't necessarily need to see your handsome face. Okay, here's another one that you just came up with another one again. So let me see how I can do with this. Are you hearing me now?
I'm hearing you, but not seeing you.
You're not seeing me? Well, open your eyes. Okay, you see me now. And is the volume any better?
Yes, it's excellent.
So now you understand what I told you.
I didn't deny. But
I never said that you deny. I'm just explaining to you what happened. So maybe one of the things.
You are the expert.
I don't go into that. Anyway, the focus this morning is on you and Calico. And you claimed that the project at the Karani James Boulevard, you claimed that project was a failure. But I saw it benefiting the people of the Carnage, the people of the in Lothers Lane, Archibald's Avenue, Jahangley, Belmont, Springston Extent. These people were happy because here you had a situation that, Kenny, you had brought to these people upon the back of neck. And I'm speaking literally. Before, they couldn't really go and buy a pound of back in it or buy a pound of rice. They had to buy a packet of rice. And now you had brought it to the vulnerable. That's what you did. So I'm trying to understand how that project there was a failure. I thought you had to leave because the association didn't want you there anymore. But I didn't see it as a failure. Explain that.
It was a failure because our sales was not enough to match the expenditure. And so that became a failure. Because if you're not getting enough sales to look after your expenditure, then obviously you're running a loss.
Yeah. We seem to be having a bit of a bother, Kenny, still with your audio this again. And
Yeah.
Are you still using the same phone, Kenny? Are you still using the same phone?
Yes, the same one. But the
Yeah, I don't
audio
know.
is bad.
Yeah, the audio is
Let me let
terrible,
me
man. Yeah, it's oh boy. Hopefully we can get this thing right. So, Keaton, how was your week thus far?
Good. Because I had some things I needed to get done. And so far, I'm right on schedule.
Right on schedule. I know that because you made that announcement to us sometime, was it last month or the month before, that you, because of the development of the liver project, that
Yeah.
you would have had to relocate or move yourself. Tell us, are you in that mode, meaning
Yes,
removing yourself from
yeah,
the area
transition from one place to the other one.
to another place?
So now I tell you, there were certain things I wanted to achieve, and thus far this week, I'm on schedule doing that.
You're on schedule in terms of achieving that. Okay.
Basically, removing the infrastructure from one place to get it to another place.
Okay. I think we have Kenny again. Let me try see. Kenny, you're back. I don't know if this one.
yes. Yes, I am
Yeah,
back.
you're back. Right. Good. Let's try this
Audio is
again.
still
But yeah, the audio is still off, and I would like to suggest to you, sir. Oh, he's gone again. Carl, what do you think we should do with this? Should we just continue and not bother? Probably look to do it another time?
Well, would rather if you would have continued on it, but if it is on a
No, but
tenable-
it is becoming a bother here now. So let me just send him a message and say maybe we'll continue another time. And okay, so maybe another time. What Kenny needs to do is to invest in a device that would afford him, so he doesn't have to use the phone as his thingy. But let me show you my good buddy Carl. He has a colorful T-shirt. It has red in it. It has yellow and it has black. It has white. So I can say the yellow is for the sun. The red is for the blood of the people. The black represents the people.
the melanin.
Yeah, the melanin, and the white represents what? Purity.
Yeah.
Haha, you didn't know that one. You were struggling. I could see it on your face. You were struggling to come up with something.
White is a combination of all colors.
Somebody saying I'm not in my colors. Good morning, Pat. I am in my colors. I keep telling y'all, I don't disrespect on Grenada. I'm not like some people who disrespect Grenada. I don't do that.
You're not on some people who advocating to wear black and white.
Bridget, I'm not even going to do some suggest or speak in any way as to what dog or cat or meow or puss. You understand? I'm trying to.
Or clown might say.
Well, if you do that, if you say it that way, then you say it that way. All right. Lucille Pascal, good morning to you. How you doing? Here's hoping that you have a wonderful day. And Harold Douglas. Oh, yeah. Harold is saying good morning to Kenny. But it's just unfortunate that I really and truly wanted, to continue this with Kenny and have. I planned this so much, yeah? Anyway. Welcome to the Xtension, folks. It is, and it was the Xtension before. It is the Xtension now, and it will be the Xtension at 11:30 this morning. Carl Caton, politically, what are you hearing? What's taking place? What is it you think that I should know that I don't know? Tell me.
Well, it's difficult to know something what the guru don't know. You know. However, I realize the new National Party has all its players in position, because in the last month or so, the two caretakers in St. George south and northeast has been installed. So when one heard the comment about Bell in pocket, Bell really they in pocket now.
I'm listening to you. I want to
Because
give
we
you
had
the
we
opportunity.
had the one in St. Patrick's West installed.
All right, so hold on. Kenny has tried again, and let's
Yes,
give,
well,
let's
let me
give him the benefit of the
Yeah.
doubt, because he has tried again in order to reach. Or he's trying to reach us. So let's see if we can add him back to the stream. Kenny, are you there? Kenny, are you hearing me? It doesn't seem that he's hearing. Kenny, are you hearing me? I'm speaking to you and it doesn't seem that you're hearing me. And that is a bit of a bother. Your mic is off. I can tell you that much. Your microphone is off on whatever system that you're using. Your microphone is off. Now your microphone is back on. I can see that.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, great. It seems that you're hearing me now. Good. Did you say something? I didn't hear you.
No, I was waiting on you. I was telling you that I'm hearing you.
Okay, good. So can you
You're not
let's
hearing
try
me?
to wrap. I'm hearing you. Are you hearing me now?
I am, yes.
Good. So let's try to put a wrap on the issue in relation to the Lagoon, well, not Lagoon Road, the Kirani James Boulevard area. Essentially, you were told by the Nutmeg people that you had to go. Is that correct?
Well, first of all, I asked them for a decrease in the rent. And I explained to them that based on the level of sales and the high expenditure to operate that business, I asked them for a 50% decline in rent for 1 year until the business developed. But they decided, no, they're not decreasing it. I said, well, if you are not decreasing it, then I'll have to leave. So I gave them notice that I was leaving. And that is where they came and they locked down the place because I had some rent for them. I was owing them some rent and I was asking them, because what I was doing, I was paying half month, which they agreed on, but decided that they were not continuing the half rent. Therefore, I had to leave. And to start a business has extreme costs. To shut a business has extreme costs. So that was a total failure.
And after that episode there, where did you go to and what happened?
Well, I shut down there, but then before shutting down the Lagoon Road, Kirani James Boulevard business, I went to Guelph, the location in Guelph where we are. We are offered this place and we took up the challenge in Guelph and we are still there.
Okay, now we're having some issues, Kenny, with video. I have a feeling, I have a strange feeling that your workers are starting to come to work and it's starting to put a strain on the network, on the internet that you're using there. I have a feeling that that too could be a bother. And I really want to give our listeners, I know you're listening to me, and I really want to give our listeners and viewers, Kenny, the best possible from both yourself and the Real FM. And I'd like to suggest, please, that we stand down and try to do this another day in next week, please. Can we do that?
Sure, but we'll have to do
maybe a day when you're up here and you can stop by the studio, we'll do it. Yeah?
All right.
Okay then. Thank you so much, sir, and have a wonderful morning. Sorry about the inconvenience.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you also.
Okay, great, man. One love. Yeah, Keaton. So we have. Sometimes you look at me like if I'm a stranger, like if you don't know, you wonder, well, who's this guy over there? And it tells me that is when you're so engrossed in whatever you're doing. And it's good to see you being able to concentrate that deep so you can forget everything that is around you. But we were speaking to the fact that the new National Party would have installed caretakers in 3 areas where they needed to. The first was Victor Philip, who I spoke to earlier this week on the radio.
I've listened.
Right. So the first was Victor Philip, and then the second would have been Elvin
Oliver.
Nimrod Oliver, and that too was a good one. And the third, which only happened earlier on this week,
Nolan Cox.
Nolan Cox in the South.
I like this guy, you know.
Oh, you like him? What do you like about him?
I like his demeanor. He seems to be a man always in control. And he speaks well. And politics is about grassroots and influence. He seems to be a guy's guy. You could approach him and have a discussion and anything. He come across as that kind of person. You know, you don't have this kind of barrier where you have to kind of cross hurdles to have a conversation with him.
I have come in contact with Nolan Cox for quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time I heard from him was from a gentleman out of Carriacou.
Okay.
Dr. Ram's son. I think his name was Surish. And that's the first time I heard about Nolan Cox. I'd never met him then, but he did speak very well about Nolan. And Surish himself, I really wanted Surish to get involved in politics, but he never. I don't think he ever took the bait. But if he did take the bait, I believe that he would have flattened Carriacou, the personality of that guy. But that's besides the point. We have Kendra Maturin Stewart, who's doing a wonderful job in Carriacou at this particular point in time. Good morning, ma'am, and here's hoping that you have a wonderful day. Good morning to all the kayaks listening, whether you're on mainland, in terms of mainland Carriacou, or you're in the diaspora. But to come back to Nolan Cox, I think that he's a good find. You can't say a budding politician, because no, he's no longer a budding politician. He's moving ahead at full steam. He's a good find by the NNP, and working together with him can only bring good things for himself and for the party. That is what I believe.
And just to add, he's a very good team player. If you realize the dynamics in Carriacou last election in 2018, and he was willing to remain a team player, speaks volumes, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if one understands the dynamics in Carriacou last election, with he in the mix, and he didn't let ego, pride cloud the judgment, and decide we rocking the boat because hell high or what. And when one speaks of the new National Party and this notion that is peddled by a few about the no leadership grooming and so on, die one of them men and them leadership pooling. That guy have all what it takes. And training under the Right Honorable Dr. Kit Mitchell, the man on the Mount Rushmore of Caribbean politics, Nolan Cox is in the best position, place, training to be one of, somebody in the leadership pool of this country, the NNP, and by extension this country, because he has what it takes in terms of leadership, understanding. And in terms of politics, he's a grassroots guy. He still a guy a lot of people like. He's easygoing. He's approachable. And when you combine that with training from the guru, the Mount Rushmore man, when people talk about when Dr. Kit Mitchell would have go into the sunset, out NNP wouldn't have they forget about Nolan and his guys and them. Or maybe they not, maybe that flying over the head too. There are some people here, a lot of things fly over the head and they try to make people feel they understand and they are the repository of every knowledge. And when you hear what they speak, it one time X them out of any conversation of sense as it relates to politics. They might speak on academia, yes. When it comes to politics and the perception of politics, a lot of these so-called people in the minority who tends to always want to peddle their own view or put spin on things, all that are going on well. Because when you have persons, and listen to what happened in the pool, you know, Nolan Cox, and they don't speak of age, Nolan Cox. I don't call him no age, but I just tell you Nolan Cox. All these fellas and them, they have about 15 to 20 years to offer. Philip, Victor, these guys have about 15 to 20 years at least. 4 terms. Kindra,
Kate.
Emma, Kate, Delma. So when we talking, and you see the blend and the diversity of the team, so it's not a one set of thing and Johnny come lately and who write card writing. You know. He's a well orchestrated, and that goes back to the captain of the team. Because the captain of the team, despite all what it does say about him, the few, what does be loud, he is able to attract persons of depth and substance within the boils of the NNP. You know. And what has happened, and a lot of persons who has come into the NNP, it's not a case where you will say the born, grow, nurse NNP. People who are there and as we mentioned, how we just call them the silent majority. Yeah. And he able to get people from the silent majority to declare their hands and unmask themselves for the greater good, for the greater number, you know, to improve life and livelihood of the fellow men and women, children, and so on. You know. So what is at play here? And look at the team. And in our conversations, I liken the NNP team to a dream team. You know when you have a dream team, creme de la creme, despite what you say, if you don't like somebody, but you cannot argue with the performance of the people and the construction of the team. And Dr. Mitchell has continued to improve. And that in itself is a testimony of his leadership. So he's talking about old and long, but he on the experience, the know-how, and he still has his hands on the pulse and beat of the Grenadian people. And that speaks volumes. Even when he has announced that he's in the autumn of his political career, he's still able to unearth class, quality. So, when we speak about Nolan Cox, what you will say about Nolan Cox? The guy is a performer. The guy is a team player, as proven in 18.
And it speaks a lot of his ability, Keaton, when Prime Minister made that reshuffle, and Gregory has the ability. Gregory went into the Ministry of Finance, and Nolan Cox was thrust into Ministry of Works. Call it that, you know, for all intents and purposes, Ministry of Works, public utilities, whatever. And that is not an easy ministry to saddle and to ride.
No, that infrastructure.
Infrastructure and
the linchpin of the economy.
Yep. And he stepped into it
seamlessly.
With Boeing stepping out of it and Nolan Cox stepping into it. It was a seamless transition.
Yes.
I cannot say that we had any hiccups.
No, and that speaks volumes about Nolan.
It does.
I like the guy. And when we talk about continued leadership in this country, the NNP is well placed.
I tell you something though, and I'm drifting from Nolan Cox way off left field.
That's the Xtension.
That is the extension, and I usually pay attention to different comments and made on social media in relation to the program, and I saw a comment. The comment read, "Thank you, Mr. Lousy." So I went over to Facebook and I said, "Mr. Lousing," and I saw the same person writing about 14 minutes ago. The same person wrote, "Mr. Lousing, I enjoyed listening to your story this morning. Failure can be an integral part of success. Most successful Canadians need to tell their story to inspire the next generation." How do you comment on that?
That is fit and proper. But in our construct, in our time, in recent times, they coin it in a nice package. They say you have to lose to win. So when they say you have to lose to win, basically it's talking about failures. But failure gives you, scrutinize you better than success. Because when you fail, you have to find ways to, failure is something you have to pick yourself back up as a person. You know that? And after you pick yourself back up a person, you need to look at areas where you didn't come up, where you was just a marginal performer, and improve. And in every story, and that is the crux of the matter, and we will get into it because now it's about independence time, and we have to.
You never did ask who made those comments, no?
No.
That's kind of strange of you.
No. I don't know.
Brian Grimes.
Oh. Ryan Grimes.
Do you know that name?
I heard of that name. I know. I heard of.
He's supposed to be the president of the Grenada Public Workers Union.
Yes.
And I speak to it and I recognize it for one reason here.
Why?
Some people usually say that nobody listens to us, Carl.
Andrea debunked that a very long time ago. They don't listen to us, but they know everything we say. Maybe them is Santa Claus.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. I was listening to the house. But yesterday or the day before.
Speak up, please, sir.
Yeah, speaking of the house yesterday or the day before. And there was an amendment.
You're going down again. Good, beautiful.
There was an amendment that they brought to Parliament to do with the, I think it's communication. I don't know if you correct me on it, but something to do with some financial aspect where the government would have the authority to get information. And one of the members of the House objected a bit, Mr. Larson.
Mr. what?
Mr. Larson, Mr. Boson.
Mr. Boson.
Yeah. What is your take on it?
I cannot speak to that at this particular point in time because when that was going on, we were having issue here that I had to deal with otherwise. So I did not actually get a chance to listen to the majority of the sitting and things like this. When I get an opportunity on the weekends or I find some quiet time, then I put it on and listen back. And I have not yet had that opportunity to listen back. So I really and truly, I am not in a position to comment on it.
Okay then. Well, I'll be listening to you if you will comment when you listen to it.
Yeah, as soon as I'm able to comment on it, I will comment on it. Or if someone else wants to, throw in their 2 bits on it, hey, by all means, give us a call, 442-0175, yeah?
Okay then, thanks.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Did you hear that?
No, I was.
Yeah, I was not in a position. I had something came up and I had to deal with it. Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, and good morning to Mr. Kate.
Morning, Cliffy.
Right. It wasn't really that Mr. Boson condemned it. Mr. Boson was giving an explanation as how he thinks that we are playing the game fair and they are not playing the game fair with us.
And what was the bill? What was it about?
I can't remember
Exactly,
the whole source of it, but I remember hearing Mr. Boson not really condemning it, but speaking towards the fairness of the small islands.
Okay, I can't comment.
So when you hear it, you will think, but it was not. There is definitely a condemnation, but a means of setting a more level playing field. What you do me, you must allow me to do you. Right? Mr. Andre, let me say to you again that you have scored an next goal. You seem to be scoring a lot of goals, but you have scored an next goal.
With what?
You did say, if you remember, that the TGM would never make it into a political party.
I said that long.
And Mr. Antoine will never become the Prime Minister of Grenada.
Yeah.
Here you have scored a next goal.
Remember KB told me that they will be a force to be reckoned with, eh? Remember KB said that,
Yes.
So
well, they are forced to reckon with, you know, like, they definitely are forced to reckon with. So perhaps I could give KB a little bit there. Because, I mean, Mr. Church is on record of saying, after the launch of the party, we are going to win the next election. I'm sure if you check the archives, you will hear that. Mr. Church said, mark my words, we are going to win the next election.
Okay.
And here Mr. Antoine is saying that they did not tell the public or give the public any impression that they were going to be contesting this election. And I personally heard Mr. Antoine said that he have different constituency that he can run for. So who was fooling who?
Well, look at it this way, Clifford.
If we listen to what Jenny Rapier said, the soul was there long. She said on 4 occasions, she asked Mr. Antoine, tell us where we're going, tell us what you're doing. We don't seem to be going anywhere. And the same thing was said to Mr. Postu said the same thing. And the same Mr. Antoine told the nation that Mr. Postu wrote him a letter. And when he read the letter, he agreed with most of what was in it. And here we hear from Jenny, Mr. Postu was saying the same thing. We're not moving. Where are we going? So somebody seems to be was lying for somebody.
Okay. Anyway, thanks for calling, bro.
Somebody was lying for somebody. And that is not, I put Mr. Antoine way down in the intelligence that I thought he had. I thought he was a very healthy, intelligent person, but somewhere along the line I realized that what he was saying, he wasn't meaning it at all. And I hold no apology in saying that.
All right then, thank you.
Good.
As Clifford would have raised there, the demise, and that is putting it very simple, of TGM. I knew it was going to happen before they started. And I pity people like, and I'm calling names, I'm calling names this morning. People like Small Axe, you know him?
Yeah, I heard of this guy.
But do you know him, Axe?
Yes.
Right. So people like Small Axe, people like Janice Augustine. Do you understand? I am people like the Jenny Rapiers and son. People like Faye Thompson. You know, and all the other quote unquote important people you would want to say who would have gone on and left their party and went over to another party, another movement, whatever you want to call it, but you left out. You left out the NDC and you went to TGM. And I said earlier, I told Kennedy Boudlal, this thing is going to fail. It is not going to happen. And he was so up with Antoine and his ability and all sorts of mumbo jumbo. I likened him that day. I said, you are from political kindergarten that you've never left. I told him that. Look at what happened today.
But Andre Donald, what is instructive here to note? Leadership matters. Yeah? Leader matters. So people tend to only look at what academia in a lot of instances. But a leader is known and is being felt. You know who is the leader, you know who is the shepherd of the flock. And when you don't have no shepherd of the flock,
I want Small Axe. I want to talk to Small Axe. I want to see how he going back to NDC. I want to see that. I want to see when NDC taking him back and put him in the same position he was on. Good morning. We got a caller. Let's take that one. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Donald. Who go back to NDC there?
Small Axe. Small Axe. I want to hear about him.
Good morning and good morning to you, sir. Boy, Andre, good morning and good morning to everybody home and abroad. Grenada is beautiful today. God bless this little country of ours. Mr. Donald, everybody with the little eyes, green and gold. Something red, something green, something yellow. You can see the little children and them that going into the daycares and in the school. Oh, God loves Grenada and we bless. We bless in this country. Mr. Prime Minister, good morning. I love you. The Governor General, good morning. All the ministers of government. Mr. Donald, we bless. He was some big breadfruit. He was some big breadfruit in Grenada this morning.
Kami had about 50 breadfruit yesterday.
Well, I have more this morning. Almost done sell. Some people selling $10, $8, but mine is $5. Because I need my customers to come back next week and the other day.
The customers in full supply.
Kalalu.
Kami.
Greenfield. Oh God, Grenada, nice people.
Kami.
Yes, sir.
You still have breadfruit?
Yes, sir.
How much are your breadfruit?
$5. Some people selling around 10 and 8. Mine is 5.
Okay.
And watch. I want who's listening to me at home and abroad. This is the best place in the world. You hear me? We have food. And this government doing things for this country. Mr. Donald yesterday I sit down here and I checked some truck going up with cement. And they're going on work site. Not in the farm, work site. And you have some bad-minded people that live in here that say nothing happening. Oh God, Grenada bless, hallelujah. Grenada bless, Mr. Donald. Check what I tell you, they're on the ground. And I seen with my eyes. You hear? Grenada bless. I don't know what's wrong with these people, just like we pray for our country. Have a blessed day, Grenada. Happy independence.
Hold on, Kami.
People. Oh God.
Hold on, Kami.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
Somebody come for
Carl,
breakfast.
cooking oil down tomorrow?
Are they on the radio?
Yes.
You doing that?
Yeah.
So we ordering breadfruit?
Yes.
Kami,
Yes, sir.
give Xander 2 breadfruits to bring down for me and tell him I said to pay you for it.
All right, don't worry. Even if I don't get paid, you don't get paid.
All right.
And we had a nice dashing.
But I see Kami yesterday.
Yeah, well, set up a piece of dashing too and
Right,
2 breadfruit. Give
We
that
have
to Xander
food.
to bring up for me.
Dr. Keith, I love you and stay strong in the Lord, sir.
Xander,
Have a blessed day, Grenada. Happy independence.
Xander, leave already?
I don't see. I'm going to look and see.
Right.
No, I don't think he's there.
All right,
I
good.
want me short pants, Andre.
Hush up.
I want me short pants today. Let me see Xander.
Yeah.
Yes, Xander. I'm going to give.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Kami. You have on a is it true that you have on a ice green and gold headband, green jersey,
That's Miss Kami.
and a red pants?
Yes, sir.
And you have green
Who told me that already?
and green slippers?
Yes.
And you have a white piece of cord hanging down between your.
Well, yes, right between the yes. But you're greeted and fast feet.
They sent me the picture
I mean, nice in
already.
this country, boy.
They sent me the picture a long time.
Have a blessed day. Peter David, good morning and happy independence.
All right, good.
Bye.
Take care.
I'm going to give you another breadfruit now.
Yeah.
Later.
All right, good. Camille Teresa Scott. Somebody imagine that. I'm talking to Camille and somebody sent me a picture. Boom, here's Camille.
Yes.
Nah, this is something else, man. This is a beautiful country. Good morning.
Yes, Xander, wait.
Okay, but she's still there. Telling Xander to wait. So yeah, Carl, where were we? We on something,
We're talking about TGM.
Yeah. So I'm wondering where's Small Axe gonna go now? Because he running out so much on people. You know the interesting thing about it? I do not have any information on any person belonging to the NNP that would have transitioned. Do you know of any?
None come to mind.
No,
presently.
I don't. Does anybody know? And it speaks to it. It speaks to the strength of the New National Party. It speaks to the belief of the people in their party.
It speaks to caring.
Speaks
A
to
caring
that.
bunch of people.
It speaks to people looking and they see that we have a leader, we have good leadership, and we can go through this
And we
again.
have a good team.
We have a good team. Because I don't know if anybody would have left. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Yes.
Good morning, Master Carl.
Yee.
Yes. You're looking for small axe. You have to look for small axe Mitchell. Small axe on Mitchell now.
He tried
Somebody was telling me all this thing.
yeah. So okay, hold on. I have to ask the question then. Which Mitchell?
Well, I don't know if it's the Mitchell with the 2L or the 1L.
I don't know if there's any 2L and 1L. Is it Keith Mitchell or Deacon?
Well, he don't make up his mind yet, but
So Smallak's gone with the con man? Okay.
all I know, small axe Mitchell. So you don't look for small axe, you have to put a Mitchell on it. You say go in Mitchell because, yeah, that's that. But anyhow, on TGM, I mean, it's, well, not a sad day for Grenadians, but a sad day for the those persons who decide to move to TGM, because from the onset, I mean, they were a non-starter, right? So I would hope that the minds that were able to put TGM together, they may move to, another organization that might be more fruitful for them, But hey, that's Grenada, and the New National Party would remain strong, would remain a force to reckon with now and for the future, next 30, 40 years, because we have the leadership that would bring us there. So,
it's interesting, Devon, that you're supposed to be thanking me every day.
For
what?
I want to know. I mean, I thank you for other things.
Were it not for Andrew Down, you will not be a member of the NNP.
Why you say that?
Because you know that.
No,
that's why I say it.
If it wasn't for
Andre Donald, you wouldn't have been a member of the NNP.
Well, yeah,
you wouldn't have been a member of the NNP.
There is some truth in that.
There's not some truth. There's all the truth in that.
No. Your input was not the only input.
Well, yeah.
But you were a major factor.
I was the factor. What about major factor? I was the factor, bro.
He was the catalyst, man.
Yeah, I caused.
One Mr. Boosnan, Mr. Lalsing.
I caused that explosion, bro. Come on, you know that.
But definitely it's a choice. So far, I have not regretted, and I don't think I will regret.
Good.
But Devon, as it relates to TGM, well, you have to understand the dynamics at play, The whole construct of the TGM was some political has-beens, never will be. So you can expect much from them. And if you go through the whole list, bar none, political has-been, never will be. So, if I set a political has-been, that means they pass their prime, they pass whatsoever usefulness politically, how you expect them to form into a force and attract political will-bees? That won't happen.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, a lot of them too are political melees, right? They believe in more million.
That's why I tell them political has been.
Yes.
The has been past tense, past.
According to Andrew, I'm wondering, do the likes of Jenny Simon and Faye Thompson and so on, I'm wondering
Political has been.
what would they resort to? Political has been.
Well, they just have to disappear into the sunset.
Yeah, they better, because persons like, for example, Jenny Rapier, these people were there, even when they were in NDC, were just there to malign and talk false and run down other people and so. And you see where they end up, they destroy their own self.
According to a friend of mine, they have no figanda, no philoprogenitiveness, no love.
Anyhow,
Gordon.
anyhow, comrades, have a good weekend and happy.
Well, bless independence to you, you know.
Yes.
And I hope you use that time to reflect really on the whole thing about independence, because sometimes we take this thing for an event and not what it really means.
Exactly.
And we forget the persons who have paved the way for us to be where we at in terms of independence, and we talk all kind of thing, and we try to bring this unity, because a lot of people preaching this unity about independence, and independence in itself is something about unity, you know.
Yeah.
Independence is a fight for people to have an identity, and we just lose track of that because we tend to make it tribal, we tend to make it political, because you boycott it, you're telling people to boycott and all kind of thing. That nonsense. A patriot don't do that.
Nope.
Like Black Stallion says, so far as they don't care about what class creeding, all what they care about is one thing where the next meal coming from. So that is a unity thing. And if we have to have identity, because remember, I believe a nation without identity, you don't really think, you know? And too often we just let other cultures and things infiltrate us too easy. We don't standing up to it, because we always feel another culture better than ours, whether in speech and everything.
Yeah.
And independence, if we truly get the meaning of independence, independence also be something unique to the country and not just a blanket thing. Yes, we know we part of the melanin clan and family. We are melanin people, point blank. However, independence is something unique to us. Culture is something unique to us. And sometimes we veer off, and then we don't like a person, so we tend not to be part of the process. Because independence is not only an event, and too often we treat independence as an event, Devon, and we have to get away from that. And in the same light, I'm bringing into the part, we had this discussion this morning with Mr. Lal Singh, and he was talking about failures and so forth. And all that has to be part of the tapestry. And it shouldn't be history being taught again in school. It's my story. So stories of Kenny Lal Singh and all ought to be taught in the whole thing of independence.
That is a starting point for us. When we, you mentioned persons like Kenny Lal Singh and others who have contributed over the last 40 and odd years, right, towards the development and the unity of the country. Those, as you said, are the things that we should follow and make a part of us. For too long, we have been just eating at each other, and Grenada, the country itself, is suffering.
That's what happening.
Anyhow, gentlemen, have a wonderful day.
You too, my brother.
Devon, take care. Good. 8:53. I thought it was 9 o'clock already.
You want the time go fast?
Yeah, today. Today.
What? On the almost eve of independence? What independence really mean to you, Andre?
Oh, I've never been asked that question before. What does independence mean to me? And if I was to answer that question, Carl, then I'll speak of what me having my independence means.
Oh, yes, well, that it is. You don't have to sound politically correct.
Independence, to me, means freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, freedom.
to me, it means freedom, but also add courage to make that step and hope. Because for me, courage, freedom, yes, but the courage to really make that leap. Because if the Right Honorable Sir Eric Matthew didn't have the courage to go forward, because if you hear a lot of the stories, and die the other thing again, I tell you what history and my story.
What you're doing, or the feeling that I'm getting that you're doing, you should have waited until I ask you what independence means to you. Because you're trying to debunk mine.
No.
Listen, that's what I'm getting, I said. You're trying to debunk mine and showing me that I should add courage to the freedom. And we both can't think the same thing. That's why we're wearing different T-shirts. That's why you are shorter than I am.
Yes. You have to dig me, man. Dig it.
No, it's not about digging. It's just about telling you.
You have to.
Independence to me means freedom.
Yeah, well, I could co-sign to that.
No, you don't have to. No. That is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't have to co-sign.
I don't have to. I'm telling you that.
I don't want you to.
You didn't want me to?
I don't want you to. I still don't want you to.
Andrew Donald.
Do you think...
Leave me in my opinion,
I didn't even ask you for your opinion.
All right.
You're offering... Okay, you know what? Let's take the call. Good morning.
Hey, Andrew, morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I called earlier on about the amendment. What Mr. Boson, Mr. Bowen brought to the parliament, he was asking if somebody doing money laundering in Grenada, the FIU could able to call a particular, like say somebody do it in Trinidad, he's supposed to get information from Trinidad. But Mr. Boson was saying that he hoped that the financial costs don't only be on Grenada. So the other countries supposed to share the burden too. That was the issue. Thank you.
Okay. Still can't comment on it, because if I comment on that, it means that I believe straight up and that you're correct straight up. You may have left out a thing or two, not because you wanted to leave them out, but because inadvertently you left out a thing or two. So my brother, I appreciate the fact that you're trying to bring me up to speed. I really love that. However, I still have to listen. Just so you know.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I think based on the fact that he has called into the extension and speak that, what I might try to do, get some information and next extension, speak on it. Because
I said,
yeah, we don't want to speak on something and there are the template we want to set.
Maybe if we cook in on Saturday,
yeah, we could listen.
We can listen while we cook.
Maybe if we cook and we order breadfruit already.
Yeah, that's still maybe. You don't know. Something can come up and I could decide that I ain't cooking. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Well, good morning, Andrea Donald. How are you?
I'm okay.
Right. So when I was christened...
Brenda!
When I was christened and they brought me to the church, my father gave me the name Brenda.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but when we got to the priest, my father said that's the only name I wanted to have. But then the priest asked, what's her saint name? And I think my godmother came up with Miriam. So this is Brenda Miriam Batiste. Good morning.
Do you know something, Brenda? It's interesting. And now I know why I love you so much. My mother's name is Agnes Miriam Donald.
So you know, in the interest of full disclosure. Oh, good morning, Mr. Caton. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Happy Independence?
Wonderful. Mind my poor manners.
Yes.
My mother won't be happy.
How you doing, girl?
Good.
Yeah, nice.
So this call is about a week late because I was driving last week and I heard a gentleman call into. I was listening to your program. And I heard a gentleman call in making reference to the Mount Hartman project. And I just wanted to clear up some things he said because I don't believe he has heard anything about our project for a while.
Wonderful.
So he seemed to not be aware. part of my role here with the company outside of HR is communications. And so as a communication specialist, that's why I'm calling. So I think the gentleman's concerns, I'm sure probably what I have to say this morning, it would help for people who really don't know, what's happening over there. So as you are aware, this is the third time that any sort of investment is going to happen there, and they say three is a charm, right? So I think this time here under these new investors, it is probably the most extensive amount of work being done out at Mount Hartman. The company investing is Hartman Group. And of course, we are a subsidiary of a group in Hong Kong, and the project has changed a bit in scope. It is now a university town and a resort. What we're going to do out there, Andre, is going to introduce about 2 universities with an accommodation of about 9,000 students. And we are in talks currently with some world-renowned universities, UK, Canada, and we are very hopeful that we'll have some signed agreements soon with 1 or 2 of these prospects. One of the universities we are talking to happens to be St. George's University as well. All right? The project, in terms of the phases, we know it's over an 8-year period, and we're currently in phase 1, and that is the showroom, which is currently under construction, and that is estimated to be completed at the end of the second quarter of 2022. And the civil works and the mobilization and all of that already is happening on the university buildings. As it relates to the workforce, we currently have about 30 Chinese over there and 60 local workers. That will be ramped up soon because we were slowed down a bit because of the COVID outbreak. So we'll be ramping up the numbers again. Administratively, we have 21 workers, along with 8 that is at our main office, which I'm calling you from this morning. We have 21 of us who currently do administrative work with the company, and among us are 8 of our Chinese colleagues. In terms of how we filter, other than just the employment and the investment and the CBI and all of that, 90% of our construction supplies are sourced and bought locally. And we have preferential supply agreements with places like gravel and concrete and on the spot. So there's a spill-off, from what we do. In terms of what has been spent on the project already is between 6 to 8 million. And the overall budgeted cost is 250 billion over the course of a 5 to 8 year cycle. So that is what's going on. Just some additional information. You know that just adjacent to where we're doing the project, of course, is a national park, and so we have set up 2 funds, which is the Hartman Group Conservation Fund, and that is for to finance and support the Ministry of Agriculture in the upkeep and preservation of the national park and the Grenada dove. And we also have the Hartman Group Employment and Development Fund, and that is a training component, and we'll be working with agencies like SIEP, the NTA, and NULO to train young Grenadians, come on as apprentices and get further employment with the project in its construction phase. And of course, when we build the resorts, because it's a university town and resort, so there'll be a university there and also resorts. So Grenadians, once they train, they can get further employment and be elevated enough that we don't have to keep looking outside for, folks like that with those skills. So in a nutshell, in a bite size, that's what's happening.
Brenda Quickie, you said that this is like the 3rd time, right? Correct? And 3 times, most times, if not all times, is a charm. But really here, reassure Grenadians, reassure Andre and Carl here that that this is going to be it, based on your feel, Brenda, because people like you and me, we get that kind of a feel sometimes. Based on your feel, this is going to be it, right?
I am not in the business of reassuring. I'm in the business of logic and practicality.
Okay.
And because I'm in the business of communication, we tend to use very flowery words and so at times. But at the core, I'm a person of logic and reason, and I do in marketing and all of that. Which is part of my skill set as well. We do a lot of analytics, and you really pay attention to what's happening. I believe that with everything considered and from everything I've seen, and because the project is so big, I tell you, it's $250 billion, the principles of this project, they are not biting off, they are not taking everything in one bite size. They're saying, hey, this is what, because remember, you're looking for additional, there's a lot covered already in terms of, let's say, the first 3 to 5 years of the investment for this project. But you are looking for additional investors to continue this project. So you have to be measured, you have to be reasonable, you have to take into consideration world environment and circumstances. Nobody expected us to be slowed down by COVID in this way. At this point in time in 2022, according to our master plan, we should be in phase 3 of this project. Here we are in phase 1. We have basically lost, I would say, about 16 months, right? And it is, I think, everything I have seen, everything I'm involved with, I think that there is a certain amount of seriousness in terms of the will and the morale of the investors in this project, and there has been, let's say, some more backing as it relates to the finances. And the way the government has set up these CBI projects now, the sort of equity and so that you have to put down, if it's kind of like a buffer. So any of these people who come, like how years ago when we had all these things who came in and borrowed money and ran away and all that sort of thing, it's harder now because the due diligence and everything that the government has set up for these international companies coming in, especially in the CBI, it guarantees some sort of security. So in a way, yes, it might be a case where something can happen to any one of these projects, but it will be easy for, let's say, another investor to just come and pick up and continue. But as it relates to Mount Hartman, I think our principals, they're very committed to this. A lot of the individuals who are involved in this, they have had prior relationships with Grenada, and I speak in terms of our Chinese counterparts, and most of them call Grenada home through citizenship. Some have lived here 8 years, 5 years. So it is, I do see a commitment, I do see a seriousness, and I do see the supporting mechanism to carry this project forward, and I'm very happy to be, involved with it, and as well as as trying to move my country and my people forward. It's all about Grenada.
Challenges to the environment, challenges to Leptotilia welsii or Grenada dove. How is this organization, or how committed is this organization to ensuring that our environment is taken care of?
Well, that is paramount because in everything that has been set up as it relates to, the directive from central government to the Ministry of Agriculture. Remember, the Ministry of Agriculture is the lead, responsible for the maintenance of all national parks. Sometimes I hear people say craziness that the Chinese, they think the park is the Chinese. Or no, it is not. It belongs to us. The Ministry of Agriculture is in control. So what happens is that there's a memorandum of understanding as to what happened there. Remember I mentioned earlier that to that end, what we have done is set up the Hartman Conservation, Education and Conservation Fund. And already we have put $100,000 into that fund. And what that fund is to do is to support the Ministry of Agriculture in the upkeep and preservation of the national park at Mount Hartman and protecting the Grenada dove. In terms of the construction and all of that, the physical, the PPU, and they're very involved in, where we come in, what we do, how, what goes on there. And the project itself is human centered and also environment driven. So the design, the drawing, the whole concept, it is built to incorporate the uniqueness of us having the national park adjacent to us. It is going to be a property in Grenada where that is unique to, that depends on the side of the project you are on. Right there is a national park, and we hope that, through the Ministry of Agriculture and probably later the Ministry of Tourism, something can create it out there that can really add to the value of the tourism product in terms of what people can do out at the National Park at Mount Hartman. So we're very committed to this, and based on what has been set up in our agreements with Ministry of Agriculture, through the recommendations of the EIA and all of that the company has to, we must, by all means necessary, protect out there. Mm-hmm.
All right, Brenda, thank you so much for chipping in this morning. We really do appreciate it. We know you get the chance to listen sometimes, and you do.
Sometimes.
And you do. Don't worry, we're going to bring you on one of these days. We're going to bring you on as a guest one of these days, Brenda.
To say what now?
I don't know. That's
Andrea.
That is Andrea and Brenda. We chatted.
How is St. Patrick?
As beautiful as you left it
How
last time.
How are my people?
They're good. They're good.
That's my place, right?
Yeah, I know that, my dear.
I'm from the deep south, but St. Patrick is my place.
We're just waiting for the start of, well, not necessarily the start, but we're waiting for the continuance of our project, our $1 billion project up here. So then you can't just talk down there. Then I'll be calling on your program and talk about it too.
Right. It's going to happen. Yes, I think there's some solid folks involved up there as well.
All right. Well, here's a nice comment for you, and I must give you this one. Uh-huh. We need more people like Brenda to debunk some of the miscommunications for our project. See? There you go.
Well, I pay, you see, in my role, and more, I think more people in my role need to do this. Whenever you do communications, marketing, public relations for a company, for an organization, you must pay attention to media. You must read. Mm-hmm. You must listen to what people are saying. And you don't respond to it. You can't get vexed. You can't say, what they're saying, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You have to respond by putting the information about your organization, your company out there. All right? Because in the absence of information, speculations
and that's a problem
pervade, So you have to be on top of these things. And fortunately, I was listening that morning. And that on that morning as well, Andre, you played the Desiderata.
Yeah.
And that is a favorite thing of mine. Actually, when I worked, I worked on radio for a while, for about 7 years or so. And there was a time when I went in from 5 in the morning. And after I played the prayer and the national anthem, that was the next thing I played, Mm-hmm. It really set the tone for my day. It really does. It really did, And one of the things that I hold dear up to this day in it is that speak your truth quietly and clearly and listen to others, even to the dull and the ignorant. They too have their story, and that is something that it's very, very powerful. It's very, very powerful. And for people like you that, you own a radio station and so on, exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not bind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. It's not only on the top. It's from the very simple people we meet every single day. Let's just look for light in others. Let's just look for the light in others.
Well said.
And remember to go placidly amidst the noise and the haste.
Yeah.
And remember, what peace there may be in silence.
For always. There will be greater and lesser persons, eh?
Oh, gosh, yes, yes. Let me tell you, you see that part?
Mm-hmm.
The greater and the lesser persons, that is something we need to understand. Our country, Grenada, is a beautiful place. Grenadians are by nature loving, peaceful people. But to understand that there are those among us who have a little extra. When God made them, He gave them a little extra talent. And and they're just a little more outgoing, or they just have a little plus one. I think sometimes we seem to have difficulty with celebrating people. We put on our rose-colored glasses and we become blinded by class. We become blinded sometimes by the color of somebody's skin, because we have this who fairer than who thing, thing. And we also become very, very blinded through the lens of religion and through the lens of the party politic. Yeah? But I think we have to celebrate. There would always be greater and lesser persons, and we have to celebrate each other. Even when God was given talents, He gave some more than the others, And we have to do that. The place is small. The place is small. If we continue to not celebrate each other, and that's a big thing about independence for me. Celebrating Grenada. To borrow from Ali Gill, celebrating our Grenadianism, what it is that makes us truly unique, what makes us who we are. Yes, we know it's a political independence, so we're not getting into the nonsensical argument, well, we're not independent because we're importing this and we are. Foolish talk. Let's celebrate. That is not what it was. It was a policy of the GLP to bring independence to Grenada. We know the story, yada, 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 right? So let us celebrate the things about us. We are truly wonderful people. We truly are. We are resilient. We are a small island, spectacular. Globally known for things like Olympic gold medals, authors, great historians, great people of developing technology, leaders, and all of that. There's so many things. Small in stature, small in physical space rather, but big in stature. Let us celebrate who we are. Let us turn the corner and start to be proud again about being Grenadians. And let us, put more people need to be writing, putting out, in schools. I guess most of us who went to school in a time where civics were taught and all of that, we probably our generation have a different sense. And yes, it's a different time and technology and so on. So because this is the most dynamic time that we have ever lived, Andre, but it's like at the root of it, we seem to have lost some of the traditional values that gives us the strong identity. So we have to identify and start to build up the family again, the communities again, celebrating and teaching the things that are Grenadian so we do not lose our identity.
Brenda, well said. There's only one thing left to say. You want to hear it?
What?
Next time I'm in St. George's, lunch is on you.
Oh, God, the last time we had, remember we went to that, it was Prudence, right?
Yes,
that was fantastic.
We probably need to call her up again. Yeah, we need to call her up again, man. We need to call her up again.
God. Mr. Caton, take care.
Be safe.
You too. Be very, very safe. Take care of yourself. And I know you're fighting up there with that Andre. Oh, gosh. I know.
Brenda,
like part of the trading, man.
Andre will always be Andre. You know that.
That's very true. That's very true. No matter how people feel about you, you show up as yourself consistently. And one of the things I think people don't know about you, and that, even me, I had to take the time to kind of assess you from afar and close, is that that kind of way that's beginning on there, that's just a shield, because you really don't want people to know how nice you are. That's what it is.
Goodbye, Brenda.
Brenda on the money. Brenda, you on the money. You on the money.
Take care of yourself, girl. And happy independence. All right, great.
Hey, St. Patrick's people, large up.
All right, then take care, girlfriend. Thanks for calling.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye now. Okay, great. Nice to hear that from Brenda, ain't it?
Brenda study you.
She's what?
Brenda on the money.
With what?
Or closing arguments or statements.
Oh, people of St. Patrick's, yeah. Hello.
No.
What?
That facade you have up.
I don't have a facade.
You don't want people get in the real thing.
Why should I allow them?
I don't know.
No, you crazy? No, you mad? You must be crazy, Carl Keaton. It's Andre. You know what's in here? What you see is what you get. What you see is real. It's what you get. But what's in here it belongs to me. And those I choose to share it with, what's in here. You understand? But what you see is really good. It's no faults. It's just that I choose a portion and say, okay, this is for my homies. You must hold something for your homies.
The pastor was supposed to preach to the choir, you know.
You're not the only one listening.
No, the pastor was supposed to
You're
preach
not
to
the only one listening.
Okay.
Landon Jane says, thanks, Brenda. Karen Park Bernard, thanks, Auntie Brenda. That's our independence message right there. I like that one. Yeah. Brenda was deep. She's very deep. Very deep, you know. Give the young lady that.
You see, that's what the Xtension is about. Yeah.
It brings out the best in everybody.
And you see how he debunked the myth that people don't listen?
Mm-hmm.
Because she was able to be listening when somebody made a point.
And she was driving while she was listening. Driving, eh? So you see, they say they can't get. And she was driving. And she has, look at it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7 of them down there that she could have chosen to listen to.
Yes.
But the only one up here, she listened. Morningside, the Caracou people. Caracou. There's a song that says, Caracou massive. Find your shell and blue.
I don't know.
That opening was done by Trevor Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are a lot of tracks. Leftist did a song. What was it? Who's your favorite artist locally, though? Huh?
My favorite artist. But I don't know, no? The other people I like, but...
Listen to this. Listen to this.
You don't cater for that?
Who did that?
I don't know. But I kayak.
Was that Grenadian first? Kayak after. Is that Grenadian?
Well, the state.
And a kayak with passport. Not me, and you see that cause that.
Boy.
Profit resign on me, so he have to go. Say he love this country, he can't take no more. He's not a politician, he just is fan. And the politics in, he's getting to him. But elections on the corner, everyone's starting to wonder what's gonna become of us. This keep a jump overboard fast. Mr. Profit, we never cater for that. Why did you quit? We never cater for that. Mr. Profit, we never cater for that. Left us in real shit. We never cater for that. We ain't cater.
Never cater for that, boy. Rapid leave us in real thing. Anyway, that's Leftist, man.
Okay.
That was the better days of Leftist. And would you believe that that song was arranged by the one and only
Trevor
Friday? Yeah.
Okay.
There's another song that I'm gonna look for that was well, Trevor did a lot of songs, eh? Trevor did a lot of music, man. Okay, there's another one that he did, and not too very long ago. But let me see. Is this? No. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is Trevor. Him singing here.
Boy, let me tell you, it have 3 little words. 3 sweet little words. Them good songs sour to you know. But man must understand on him a chat to man what it means. Hear them. And in the pet sucking a Guinness made bad. I want some salt. She came out from the bathroom, fixing up, she weave, looking good. Oh gosh, I yielded to temptation. I got Bazodi and weak, so I told her, ask her, I want your number. She said, say I want your number. She say, can I take you out tonight? She say, do you have a man? She say, I want your number. She say, I say I want your number. She say, can I take you out tonight? She say, do you have a man? She say, It's 3 a.m. in the morning. I bet the woman chillaxing, drinking rivers and coke, dancing to the beat. She body exposed, oh gosh, she looking like she neat. I getting rude and rank. I turn and ask her, you want me do it? She say, I say, you want me do it? She say, you like what I'm doing? She say, you want me stop? She say, you want me do it? She say, I say, you want me do it? She say, you like what I'm doing? She say, you want me stop? She say,
You wanna know the
Yeah, man.
Trevor the Dark Friday?
Patrician.
Of course. Darby, good morning. Like us to play?
I never knew she had a man, and now she's the other man. Until I hear she cell phone ring, and she answered in the smart. I in the toilet, oh gosh, doing my small numbers. She on the phone, calling soft, and she been looking for answers. Are you home? She say, Are you at home? She say, Are you going to bed? She say, Could I come by you? She say, Are you home? She say, Are you at home? She say, Are you going to bed? She say, Could I come by you? She say, I want your number. She say, I say I want your number. She say, can I take you out tonight? She say, do you have a man? She say, you want me do it? She say, I say you want me do it? She say, you like what I'm doing? She say, you want me stop? She say, are you home? She say,
The sound, the vibes, the blessing, the spirit of Grenada. Definitely St. Patrick. Darby, you want me stop?
But I like to say If you realize most of my I like that
Abby, good morning. Abby liking that. She like that.
Yes, Abby.
Yeah, she like that.
Abby, I've been calling you days now, I ain't getting you.
What you calling her for?
Abby just sell food. You know?
Yeah.
Alright.
So if you want food, go down there, man.
If I'm not in the environs, I have to call. Yeah, Andre, as we were having a little discussion on what independence really mean.
That's for me. I said
It's freedom. All right.
You know, freedom, and you see, we have to understand that the freedom to make your decision as a nation is extremely important.
Yes.
And not for one moment would I not be concerned as to how I got to the point to say, like, I have the freedom to make my decision.
Yes.
I am cognizant of everything that we went through as a nation to attain this particular position. But I'm not going to immerse my head in that of the past.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to, when someone says, well, we're not independent because we're still importing this and we're still importing that. Well, duh. Tell me which country doesn't import what? You understand? It's as simple as that. And then again, It has to do with your state of mind as an individual. And if you allow yourself to be thinking about, we ain't doing this and we ain't doing that, and it's lower and lower and lower and lower until you find yourself at the same level with the ground. And all you're groveling in is dirt. And you continue to say dirty things because all you can immerse, all you can take in down there is dirt. So independence is the freedom to think. Because if Trevor Friday did not have that freedom, he would not have been able to do music like that.
No.
He was a doctor, but he had the freedom. Yeah? He had the freedom to explore other things. We are a nation, and we are still exploring things we can do. Chuck does say all we have is seawater and sand. And that's not a joke. And we are still exploring, based on what Brenda has just said, based on what is to come at Livera, based on what is to come in St. David.
Mount Hartman.
Right. So we are still exploring and developing what we have. And we are free to do that. We do not have to ask Elizabeth or her subjects, can I do this? And yes, there are restrictions. Of course there are restrictions. Every goddamn country in this world has restrictions based on what they do.
Everything comes with responsibility.
And that freedom comes with the responsibility to it.
Yeah.
So to me, as I said, independence represents freedom. Freedom to make my own decisions. And like this, like it or not, if we did not have the freedom, that independence gave us, there would have never been a revolution. It would have been quelled immediately. Think about it, Carl.
One time.
If there was a situation like 1979, before 1974, the British would have crushed it. That would have been it. So we had the freedom then to make that choice to have a revolution. And we still had the freedom to kill the leader. Is freedom that caused that? We had the freedom, albeit
Free Grenada.
That's what, Free Grenada, this is home. Albeit it may not have been the best decision. But what we had the right to make that. And we made that. We made that choice. We are free to make the choice. And it comes right down to now, Carl. Grenadians have to understand and know the freedom you have, you will be called upon to exercise that right and that freedom. When Keith Mitchell decides this is election date, your freedom, you're putting it to the test, because you are free to go to the polls and you are free to make the decision. And that decision, when made, will be well made. Because you know what you need to do. You have seen what the past years has been like. And you do not want to stunt the growth of your country. You want it to be a continuous process. So therefore, when you go into that polling booth and you're given that pencil and that ballot and you're given the instructions, after you've been given the instructions, then you are free to go into that booth and make that decision. And you make that decision. Remember, that is a decision that you would have to live with. And therefore, you know that making that decision means that you have to think about the freedom of your children and the freedom of your grandchildren. You don't want a situation that big business comes again.
For 3 more centuries.
You don't want that. Black Wizard warned you. And he was speaking about his party. That he knew the decisions they were going to take many years later. He knew the words that will be uttered by his political leader. So he had to sing it first. So Black Wizard spoke about Massa coming back to reign. And based on the direction that we see the National Democratic Congress taking, we know that Massa will be coming back to take away our freedom. We can't allow that. So you know that you have to use the freedom that you have now. Make the right decision. Wow.
I'm listening.
I don't.
Andre Donald.
What?
Last Sunday, in the evening time, I wasn't in the vicinity. Or as my good friend Edwin Martin would say, I was not in the environs of River Sally, but the Congress and its leader, National Democrat, was in River Sally. And then persons on the scene tell me they went in anticipation and glee to listen to the leader and to see what he has to offer. And one guy says he could always bat on a sticky wicket, but keeping conversation on a dry throat is not something he has been able to master. And he said the leader of the Congress came and basically kept conversation on dry throat for the listeners, like the laity and the clergy. You see, the man don't like poor people children by. You see how they deal in that meeting alone tells you, if them fellas them inherit the prime ministerial well, the ordinary man go suffer. Well, I see, I've been saying that on radio, and you guys have felt it in real time. So there's not much to look for in terms of the alternative. As you say, when you get into that polling booth, the real power lies with you on that day, you know. And you have the ability on that day to truly vent. So all using social media for shenanigans and so on. One vote they have. Mm-hmm. One vote they have just like you. And you will be able to vent in a meaningful way. You won't be venting for likes and so on. You'll be venting for. And when that day come, you have to vent for you first. Then you have to vent what's best for you. Then you have to vent what's best for your family, your friends, and the country. And based on all what is at play, Andre Donald, the choice is clear, and the new National Party ought to return to continue to govern. And in the same light as Brenda spoke, when Dr. Keith Mitchell in 2013 spoke and said investors was tripping over themselves to come to Grenada, they laughed, but we could see the empirical evidence by those projects. And what is instructive to know the stability of the state, Andre Donald. Mm-hmm. is being maintained. So investors could feel comfortable to go and invest their millions and billions here. Because they know the stability of the state would create this enabling atmosphere for them to get a return on their investments. Because if they don't believe they could not get a return on the investment here and the stability would allow that, they would not come. So that's his testimony to how the new National Party has governed and enable everybody to thrive. And that is important when you go, when the bell is rung, and you go to the polling booth to vent. You have to vent and let it continue. As one of the mantras say, let the progress continue. You have to let the progress continue because 2008 you learned a sad lesson. And within hours of the result, men started to cry already. The Imani and them could tell you that. The result, maybe if people had to challenge for a recount, you would not have yet completed and they call them and say, go. That's what they have for them. And up to now, they don't have no clear plan. Oh, sorry. There is a weed plan. Or weeds for them. So you have to understand what is at play. And you have to be sober about the thing and it's not no parley tricking and so forth. And what is instructive to note, all the other parties that been thinking the leadership is a problem with them, and it continues with the Congress. The TGM try with some political has-been, and we see what happened. But there's a proven leader and a proven team here installed, so you have to let it continue. And it's not a case of who you don't like and who you like now, you know. And it's not a case of this person, that is a case of Grenada. And if you truly love this country on independence and you always say you're a patriot and you love country and you put country first, putting country first and ensure that you put a government in power that you know will look after all and sundry, the greater good for the greater number, and really impacting life and life in a positive way. And that is manifested presently. So if it didn't break, don't fix it. And change ought to be for the better, not for change. Change ought to be for the better. And Winston Churchill quite eloquently said at the head of every democracy, you must have a dictator. At the head of every democracy, you must have a dictator to ensure that you must have somebody to shepherd the flock. You got a lot of Indian, but one chief. And what happens with the new National Party? There are many Indians, but one chief. We believe in one chief at a time, not plenty chief musical chairs. And when we speak from the New National Party, we speak from one area after discussion. After the issues is being discussed and a consensus is formed, that is what we're going forward with. You don't hear nobody coming from the back door and speaking otherwise. And that's what is teamwork. Because the greater good for the greater number demands unity. And teamwork are not me. There's no I in team. And that's what the New National Party has been presenting, is giving you. And the leader is still quite able, capable, ready to move this country forward. And want to recognize that. So it's not about who you like and what about who you don't like, or with emotions and so forth. And without any plan. Your plan for this country cannot be let's get rid of Keith Mitchell. That can be a plan for us. It's growing that time. You have to have something to offer. And as far as we see, the alternative to the NNP is not offering anything of substance at present. I don't know how it will be many years from now. And in terms of the whole narrative about when the leader going to have leaders, and we see in the installation of caretakers and so on, we grooming persons have been groomed. And what better way to get on the job training, the experiences gained. And we have persons like Nolan Cox and Oliver and Victor Philip and so on coming in to reinforce and to create, that niche where you take people from all strata, all facets of life. So it is understood from all ways where it comes. And that's what the New National Party has been able to galvanize that unity, that united bunch, and at the same time provide for the whole state of Grenada, not some. The greater good for the greater number. And all the plans and programs, and when you look at it from top to bottom, it takes care of or takes into consideration the young ones, it takes into consideration the middle-aged people, and the elderly is being respected and not forgotten. And that is something that the other party or parties could say about, because they sit idly by and allow the disrespect to the elderly people. They condone it either in silence or in likes and so on, and or on emojis on social media. So we know what is expected. And who is them to tell somebody that they should go away and the time is not now? Or the Ancient of Days, in his wisdom, he's allowing things to happen. So we have to understand what is that. Then on a serious note, here, the country, you see, when it comes to the country, Andre, you don't play games. When it comes to the country, you don't rule on emotions. When it comes from the country, you sit and make sober decisions as to how this country should be governed and by whom. And the real power lies with you. So when saying they don't take in part, you have to take part. You have to be part of the process. As independents or foreparents fought through blood, sweat, and tears for we to be where we are now. And in acknowledgement of that, not taking part or not being part of the process is like a slap in the face. It's like telling them what you do was in vain. No, we can't afford to do that. We as a people. And that my whole thing about independence is about courage. The courage to do things. And the hope. Because the New National Party has brought hope to everyone in this country. You have brought hope even to big business. Because big business has grown under the tenure of the New National Party. Small businesses start up and thriving, entrepreneurs. And every person within the structure of life in Grenada have felt. So to those who say nothing has been done, that's their view. But we all know they're entitled to their view, but not the truth. And not the fact. Yes, you could have your view and your opinion, that is for you. But when it bears out and it's stripped down, realize what you're saying is not the truth or not a fact. And if you look at one area in this country, the New National Party has been a champion of, and even the New National Party doesn't want to mention it, Andrew, housing. Housing for citizens of this country. And under the governance of the New National Party, check how many housing areas from way back when, from Lakalum come right down. Chinese thing, giving housing assistance. Apart from all of them done with Chinese thing and other housing complexes, still housing assistance is a pivotal and a main thing within all the constituencies, you know. And putting a shelter over a man's head is something that gives a man self-esteem, ownership. It empowers you. And that is something we don't talk much about. We tend to want to speak out other things, and to have a home is important, you know. A home. Unity, the family, and the consideration of the family. And we as a people and of and for by the people. Housing is something we don't talk much about, but it's a serious achievement by the New National Party. Serious achievement by the New National Party, and that is something we have to recognize and know that once the New National Party is at the helm, it will continue. It is not an event, as the New National Party doesn't make it an event and a one-time thing. It's a process to give people that independence, and it comes back to independence again, Dre. Having your own home is a serious level of independence. So whether you want to say you still have to go and buy things, yes, you have to go and buy things, but having a home, a place to go to, a place called home, it makes a man feel a man. You understand what I'm saying, Jay? And that is something the New National Party has championed, and we don't hear much about it because persons feel it's a given. Yes, you put a government in power and you expect them to work for the people, but there are times in this country history when you had government in power and they make excuse sure the whole term as to what the other one didn't do and what the other one didn't do. And when time come up now and the National Party is here, we keep saying they've been around too long. But we want to have relationship and long-term relationship, and we're not saying it too long. However, the government is performing at a level recommended and appreciated, and you trying to say they are wrong long. So this thing is like a game then. You just have to change it because that, no, Grenada is heading in a positive way. A lot of things been happening. I would be the first one to say there's a lot more to be done. And it's a work in progress. However, the New National Party has proven to all within Grenada, the Caribbean, and the wider region of the world that they are capable of leading this country in whatsoever time. And the acid test of the New National Party, Andre Donald, is leading this country to all Ivan MLE. The situation with the economy, 47-19, COVID. Every time we have something and we need serious leadership and somebody to meander us through the maze or navigate the high seas, the New National Party is the government in power. And at the end of every excursion, we come out better than we go into it, you know. So is that not a reason to continue to support the New National Party? It has to be. I'm answering this question. You have to think about it. So when we come on the Xtension and we speak off, we speak in fact. You might not like it, but you can't argue with that, Andre Donald. You can't argue with the role the New National Party has played in housing for the Grenadian public. You might not like it. You might say the Chinese house, I'm small, the room small. But you cannot argue the fact that the New National Party has done and continue to do for the Grenadian public as it relates to housing, which is also important. A shelter over a man's head. So all the picnic could flourish by having a stable home. And they have to move like nomads. And the New National Party has been doing that. And I think an area where persons is not giving enough credence to the NNP, Andre Donald. Let me hear your take on that.
No.
You have nothing to say?
No.
All is being said?
No.
What is not known is not asked of? What is already known?
You asked for my take and I said nothing.
Okay. That's a force.
Nothing.
That's a force.
If you have patience, you go see Anne's belly.
Okay. My grandmother used to always say that.
Good. Now you know what she
And she said, even if she go, Anne's go bring down the news for her. Well,
So there you go.
yes, Dre, as it relates to
4420175. Those are the digits that you can dial. I think we're going to take a commercial break and we'll be back. Stay with us, friends.
Grenadians, we are known to be a resilient people. Let's show our true patriotism as we celebrate our 40th anniversary of independence, overcoming our adversity, safeguarding livelihoods, protecting our future. Once again, we celebrate our major activities in a virtual setting. Join us through the following media platforms: GIS Channel 22, GIS and the National Celebrations Committee, Facebook pages, and YouTube channel for the following events: 40th Anniversary Cultural Extravaganza, 7 p.m. on February 5th, with the main highlight being performance from 4 of our top string bands. February 6th, live broadcast of the National Ecumenical Service from the Blessed Sacrament, Roman Catholic Church, Grand Dance at 3 p.m. and the military parade and rally from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium 10 a.m. on Monday, February 7th. Let's continue to aspire, build and achieve as one people. Happy 40th Grenada, the Extravaganza Plus.
wants to save 30%? Everybody. Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Introducing the Grenlick Mobile App. You can now get your bill balance and easily track energy usage for your home or business. Report and receive alerts about power outages. Plus, stay up to date by receiving the latest notifications. Yes, the Grenlick app keeps you connected anytime, anywhere.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The Housing Authority offers products that people can choose from, products that people can access, and I think anyone looking to build, just call the Housing Authority of Grenada. The service was superb. Every step of the way, they collaborated with the owner, they collaborated with the builder. The builder himself was really good. For what I've seen them do, I have to say that from buildings that I've done in the past, where they are now, they have come up to speed with modern trends, modern designs, and I think I will advise anybody.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfecting cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Calypso fans, the 9 finalists to challenge reigning Independence Calypso Monarch, Sean Nas, the Sour Serpent, on Friday, February 4th at the Gcna James Athletic Stadium have been selected.
I want to put something
Can Sour Serpent hold on to the reign?
To being proud.
Or will the crown change hands? As Philandi Jeffrey, Sheldon Douglas, Anderson Francis, Samantha Dixon, Nivian Cox, Kenny Christopher, O'Neill Findlay, Anthony Etienne, and Monique Cummins all vie for the coveted crown. Admission is absolutely free from the comfort of their homes. So join the National Celebrations Committee in what promises to be an evening of great calypsos. Carried live via GIS Channel 22, the National Celebrations Committee, and GIS Facebook pages and GIS YouTube channel. Remember the date, Friday, February 4th, 8 p.m., the virtual staging of the 2022 Independence Calypso Monarch. Overcoming our adversity, safeguarding livelihoods, protecting our future. Happy 48, Grenada.
Land apart.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update from the Northern News Network. Details coming up shortly.
Dear customer, please help us limit the potential impact.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk. Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody. Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Introducing the Grenlick Mobile App. You can now get your bill balance and easily track energy usage for your home or business. Report and receive alerts about power outages. Plus, stay up to date by receiving the latest notifications. Yes, the Grenlick app keeps you connected anytime, anywhere.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The Housing Authority offers products that people can choose from, products that people can access, and I think anyone looking to build, just call the Housing Authority of Grenada. The service was superb. Every step of the way, they collaborated with the owner, they collaborated with the builder. The builder himself was really good. For what I've seen them do, I have to say that from buildings they have done in the past to where they are now, they have come up to speed with modern trends, modern designs, and I think I will advise anybody
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. I say we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. How you move when you're moving, which direction you're going. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
In your search for happiness, you gotta leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. With what you do and how you're doing it. If you do, when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
It is real. It's 91.9, 91.5, www.drealfm Grenada. Where is Carl Caton? I thought I had him in here with me, you know. All of a sudden, yeah, I'll show you the empty chair. There it is. See? Empty chair, brother disappear. All of a sudden, brother disappear. Empty chair right there. Oh, the door's open and he's got, you see that thing there? Be right back. Yeah, he's just back. So let me give him a chance to sit down and whatever. Yeah. So empty chair, you're back in here. Good morning again, Carl. You disappeared on your brother, man. What's that? Say again? Let me fix your mic. You had to do your nature business. Okay. All right. It's what? It's 10 minutes after 10 o'clock. And I must admit that today is not a good day for me. No, it's not a good day for me. And it continues to unfold in not being a good day. Especially with you staring at me like, huh, what are you talking about?
Those are the days you have to dig deep. Because I know you're capable of digging deep.
It's just, how deep can you go? You can't go deeper than deep, eh? Deep is just deep.
But Dre, your team West Indies has done you proud, man.
What, that victory there?
They win a series?
Yeah. What the standouts for you there in that one?
Standout is the role players, the Odin Smith, and no, because we get accustomed to Wall Boss, Universe Boss, and others. Now they have exited the scene and Bravo on them. I see in the incoming players we have the Shepherds and so on. Yeah, something we could work with.
I've never used that name to refer to that guy.
Okay. He self-style, he call himself so?
I don't have to call him so.
Okay.
Because I've never referred to him as that, because while I understand and appreciate his greatness, he's one of the guys that believe that he's bigger than West Indies cricket, or bigger than the game of cricket. And thus I've never, I respect him, but that love and admiration I would have for a Brian Charles.
Well, why is Brian you calling my boy, my champion?
Yeah. You know, a Courtney Walsh.
Ambrose.
A Gus Logie. You know, a Fawad Bacchus. You know, those are guys who troop the colors, yeah?
Yeah.
But he always believed that he was bigger than the game.
You see Gus Logie or Patrician Links?
Yes, Shantimel to be exact. Yeah, he does. As a matter of fact, there was somebody in Shantimel who, I don't remember who it was, but who had a problem with their eyesight as a result of Gus.
Okay.
I think he inadvertently had hit them in the face or an eye or whatever with something. So yeah, so he does have patrician links.
You see, one of the things that happen with Gail, it happens with a lot of sports personality and sportsmen. Like they doesn't really know there's a time to exit the scene. And they tend to drag it on. It don't happen only in cricket, you know. The Sugar Rays, even the great Muhammad Ali, they came in and they felt they see that and take unnecessary punishment. So the unnecessary ridicule Chris Gayle got, the flack he got, and he get upset and cussing other players that has gone before him, is a result of him not knowing the time to move on. Because in everything in sports, it's a sell by data. You can't forever do this thing.
Chris Gayle should have retired from cricket 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he should have retired from cricket. So that the memory of people, the memory of him in people's mind would have been that of greatness.
Yeah.
When anybody remember Chris Gayle, that guy who couldn't bat?
Yeah. Who stayed around too long.
Who stayed around too long? That's what people are going to remember him by. You understand? And we got to stop that. People have to stop that. You have to know when, hey, that's it. Keith Mitchell has said, hey, that's it.
Yeah.
This is it.
In recognition of that.
Yeah. He's saying, look, this is it. This is my last election. That's it. I'm going.
Yeah.
Say what you want. Do what you want. I'm gone. I'm just asking you that let's do this together. Let's do this the way it should be done. Give me 15 again and I'm gone. You don't have to give him 15 to go. But he's saying, let's do it again on my swan song. Right? Hey, as I said, Chris Gayle stayed around too long. Forget that. He's not going to be remembered very well, and that's one. And let me tell you something. There's absolutely nothing Chris Gayle can teach any young cricketer.
Not even hitting the ball over the boundary?
What? Put your foot down and swing?
Yeah.
Anybody can do that. Put your foot down, you're down and you swing.
Yeah.
What he can tell them is go in the gym and build up that strength. So that you have the strength, so when the ball is hit, it stays hit.
Yeah.
And throw the K in the wind.
Caution to the wind.
Yeah. That's what it is. You understand? Throw the K in the wind.
Okay. And there's a debate, you know that they have this age-long debate now. The GOAT in the NBA.
Greatest of all time?
Yeah. That, in recent times, that started to surface in lawn tennis now. You know? Rafa has 21 majors now. And Federer and
I'm listening to you now. Don't stress on the name, so tell me.
Yeah, there are 20. So this debate start raging now. Who is the greatest of all? Greatest of all times.
You see, this is a mistake that I think sports journalists and people have made. It is not the greatest of all time. Simply because the sport has not ended.
No.
So if the sport has not ended, how could anyone be the greatest of all time? It can't happen. I have never entered into the discussion of the greatest of all time in relation to Michael Jordan. No. When you look at what people like Bill Cosby, Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Dr. J, and you can go on and on and on and call names. And why? You give Michael greatest of all time because he won, six championship?
Yeah.
No.
But Robert Horry has 7 and they never calling him.
No, but you see, Robert Horry was never a team leader.
Okay.
So that's what. But here's what. And listen to this, Eric. What should be said? That player, i.e. Michael Jordan, was the greatest player in his era.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant was the greatest player in his era too.
Yeah.
LeBron James is still the greatest player that we have. So when he ends, he would have been the greatest player in his era.
Yeah.
So what are we gonna say? That Pele is the greatest of all time? Well, if you say that, then Ronaldinho and Ronaldo and I'm speaking about the two Ronaldos here and Messi and Maradona, and so where would you put them?
Zinedine
Zidane, where would you put them? What's his name? Although he'll go in the great conversation, not the greatest of an era, but greatest of an era in Cameroon, Roger Milla.
Yeah, but the thing about how the journalists and sports people tend to even grade the greatest of all time is subjective too, Because, okay, if you're talking about total, like just using a football thing, a total thing of football. Now, persons say Lionel Messi is the greatest of all time. A lot of persons arguing that fact. But if you arguing as it comes up to football, Lionel Messi is a 1-foot player. He don't hit the ball as much as. He never won a World Cup. But I think you know, he has certain things it's subjective anyway to who wants, and it comes down to who you like. Because you can't tell me a man never win the World Cup. That mean, if your club has the ability to buy the best set of players, so you could surround a man with a lot of good players. But when it comes to total football, like how you like how Diego would take a team, an Argentine team of ordinary people and win a World Cup. I add more weight to them men and them. But then at the end of the day, I agree with you. Certain eras, you have certain different players. Because you have some players, in my view, who were right up the John, Pierre Papin and his fellas and them, and because of how the state of French football was at the time, we don't talk about them in the conversation. So but I feel that the argument starts because Rafa has 21, but Rafa has more French Open.
Keaton.
Yeah.
That conversation has started because of journalists.
Yeah.
So where would you put the Hansi Cornet and well, not even them. Let's go back to the generation before them, who never had the opportunity to play on the world scale. Never.
Yeah.
Some of the names, the names I don't even know. I'm speaking South African cricket here. And they were brilliant.
Well, Barry Richards and his fellas on him.
They were brilliant.
The Pollocks. Yeah.
Where are you going to put them?
That's the thing about it.
Come on. We have to do some look at eras.
No, he has to be era.
Brian Lara was the best batsman.
In his era?
Not necessarily. The best batsman in the West Indian era of cricket in that time. Because remember, at that time, him and Tendulkar, they were neck and neck. Would you say he was better or Tendulkar was better?
I wouldn't say he was better. I wouldn't say Tendulkar was better. I would just say we are blessed to have these two men around
These two men around the same time.
Because if you check, if you are to argue, you could make a perfect argument either way, based on statistics and so on.
Well, I would say, let me tell you, and then you might still give it to Brian, and I'll tell you why. One, this year, he breaks the world record in Test cricket for the most runs. A couple months later, a man break the record. The next season, against the same English side, he come back and he say, you know what? I won back my record. Blam, and he broke it again. Not even Don Bradman, who averaged, what, about 100 in Test cricket?
Yeah, nearly.
Or nearly 110. Not even him did that. And that is not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. 375 runs is a lot of runs to get. And for the Australian, what's his name?
Matthew Hayden.
Matthew Hayden to bring it to what, 380 or whatever?
Yeah.
380. Everybody is like, well, okay, fine, that's it. And Brian said, nope, I ain't finished it yet. He brought it to 400.
Yeah, but the thing about Brian is the appetite for runs. You know?
So I'm saying this to you. So therefore, if you were to speak about Brian and Tendulkar in the same breath, Tendulkar may have a better batting average.
Play 200 tests, so he play for a longer time.
Right. Tendulkar has a better batting average, but it doesn't mean that Tendulkar was a better batsman than Brian Lara. You understand? It's simple. It's not rocket science.
Nah, it is not.
It's not rocket science. It's very simple and easy to organize. It's very simple. So here's what. I do not believe that we should ever be talking unless something is over. Like, it's like prime ministers. And let's use Grenada as an example. Many would say that Maurice Bishop was a great prime minister. I do not agree. I do not agree. And if you are to rate prime ministers in Grenada, Keith Mitchell first. Second, Eric Matthew Gary.
And then the rest.
But not even Maurice. Maurice is not even in the rest, you know. Maurice is not even in the rest, Carl. Maurice is a destructive leader. He destroyed many homes. Maurice floored Kenny's business, you know, when they locked him up, you know. Kenny had buses and things on the street, you know, running. And Maurice knocked that out. So you cannot go down as great leader. You can't do these things. You violate human lives. You lock up people without a reason and you're going down as a great leader? Hell no. I want to vex.
Human rights.
Human rights. You violated human rights. Therefore, you cannot go down as a great leader. There are people who are going to be upset. And that's all right. Be upset all you want. But the facts are the facts. The facts are the facts. whether we like it or not.
And they cannot argue with that.
No, you can't argue with it. Somebody saying that Junior Murray is the greatest wicketkeeper batsman of all time. Well, let me let that person know something. Junior Murray was never a wicketkeeper batsman. He was a wicketkeeper.
Yes.
He's probably one of the most brilliant wicketkeepers that the West Indies has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Batsman? He scored some runs. I think he got a century. What was the high score he got in Test cricket?
Oh, I think he got a century against somebody.
I think so. But doesn't make him a batsman.
No.
He's a brilliant keeper.
But if that person talking about a wicketkeeper batsman, I mean, although I'm still one who says eras, but in his era, I don't think so.
Nah.
What they say what they say he was
is the greatest wicketkeeper batsman of all time.
Because remember when Jeffrey Dujan played for West Indies Force, he played as a batsman. Eh?
Jeffrey played in Australia. As a matter of fact, he was selected as a batsman on the tour to Australia.
Yeah.
And then something happened. Was it to one of the Murrays?
David Murray, I think.
Yeah. And he ended up keeping, and that was it. He proved himself as a wicketkeeper. And mind you, Jeffrey Dujan was not a great wicketkeeper. You know?
No.
He was not a great wicketkeeper. We have to do something to understand that, you know.
However, he may not have been a great wicketkeeper, but he caliber fast bowling he had around at that time.
But yeah.
He used to take some stunners.
He was acrobatic.
Yeah.
If I say the least. He was acrobatic, and that is what caused him to be able to. And then he knew the guys. There was a set of oneness. The wicketkeepers today don't know their bowlers.
No.
Because they don't know what the bowlers are going to do. Jeffrey Dujan could look and see what happened the ball before that Ambrose bowled.
Yeah.
Or that Roberts bowl, or that Marshall bowl, and you can see, okay, fine. If that happened, then this is what is more than likely, 99.9% of the time, this one is more likely to do so and going down the leg side, but going high.
The juniors have very good gloves, man. Eh?
Yeah, he gloved.
See, he stumped a Jamaican opening batsman, I think Louis guy, of Ian Allen. That time Ian Allen didn't slow. Down the leg side. It's amazing.
In Grenada?
Yeah, it was like magic. But I think you just have to be
Best
grateful.
fast bowler to pass in the win-wins.
The win what? I would say it's Winston Davis.
Yeah.
But I feel like Casper Davis too.
Coffee was alright.
Yeah, I like Casper, man. And Casper could have do a little bit with the bat too, eh?
Best fast bowler to pass in Grenada.
But I don't know. But I hear about so much of fast bowlers who I didn't see what men does talk about. Them fellas them Clovey and them fellas and them. Kingston Murray and them fellas and them.
They're hot.
Yeah, that fella by me up there they call Kenny Philip Papa Paul Co. Kenny Philip was frighteningly quick. I see a lot of fellas get destroyed. Kenny.
Mumbai or Mumbai or something.
We are Mumbai, man.
Mumbai.
Yeah.
He was quick.
They used to call him Rochambeau. Remember this French man, they come here and damaging women and children. I think he's brutal. So you get a name Rochambeau.
He was quick. But when he got onto the windows, I don't think he I don't know. It's just something, I don't know, something caused him not to go on to West Indies. He was quick on the local scene. But
I was reading an article recently with Carl Hooper, and I think that has happened to a lot of players. Carl Hooper said before he make West Indies team, his training regime was so good. And when he make the team, he don't train as hard as that. So he performance thing, and I feel that happened to Kenny and them. They feel when they make win what they arrive. So that is it, they don't walk in, they don't hone in their craft. Because Michael Holding was speaking at time and he was speaking at West Indies batsman and so on. And he said they went to the UAE at a tournament and he said technology and thing in terms of bowling machine and all that kind of thing was very affordable. And he said the only man that buy one at the time was Chandra Paul. And at the time Chandra Paul was the best batsman in the side. But he was the only man that he should invest on the game. The rest didn't see it prudent to invest in the game, invest in them. So he bought bowling machines and so on. But the others didn't see it as something worthwhile. And that's the mindset of a lot of players, especially in the region. And it comes back down to a lot of things as it's cultural here too. Because in a discussion one time with Dr. Rudy Webster speaking about, the discussion was West Indies able to compete at every level of cricket except in senior level. Under 19s, under 15s, West Indies have a chance of winning those tournaments. However, when they transition into the senior team, something do right. Because players who was not as good as them come in as good as them and better than them. They don't show you no improvement. Case in point, Kima Roach and them don't really improve for a lot of years now. They don't get better as players, but you see Pat Cummins and them fellas and them come in Australia and they get better as bowlers. Jasprit Boomerang and get better as bowlers. Mohamed Shami and them, they come and they get better. You see, they getting better. We can't see that out of our players down here. Like Shannon Gabriel again, but he's not an athlete, but he's just a strong fella who could bowl fast. But then, I don't know, you have to find out why it is, but I find it a breakdown too often. It must be something, you have to find out something about you.
Technique.
Because when Jaffa Archer started playing for England, and he bowled 40-something overs in the first test, Holding said, nah, he can sustain that and he will break down. And men thought he then they saying Holding was sour grapes because he was playing for West Indies. Well, you see the situation in Jaffa Archer now?
Where is he? Not even on the team, is he?
No, because he had 2 elbow surgery. And because what the greatest set of fast bowlers like DK Lilly and them go tell you, the best training for fast bowlers is to bowl a lot of overs in the nets. Because the mechanics of bowling, you can't want to go in the gym and then go in a test match and bowl a lot of overs. Your body has to get accustomed with in the nets. So it's a reading something. But a lot of men now, the whole regime of going in the gym, doing a lot of gym or getting bulk up. But then the mechanics of bowling and gym work don't work in. Because of Donald and the great Brian Lara, there was no big set of gym guys. They get, because then they go by the batting long. So they walk out in the wicket. Because if you look at it, a lot of players, even the Jack Callises and them, and the Raul Jarvis and all these fellas, when they make 150, Richie Chester and all these fellas and them, they have cramps, you have to bring out medication. When Brian Lara 200, he was sweating yet. Because it's easy for a man to score 100, 200, 300, 400, 500.
No, not 500. Not 500.
501?
No, not 500.
How much?
According to Christopher Martin Jenkins. And Brian Charles Lara has scored 1,000 runs.
Yes.
Not 500. 500 is a small number, man. 1,000.
Yeah.
When you hear that, you're like, what? 1,000? That's a lot.
Yeah.
When you click quickly, damn, it's 500. Yeah. But it's a lot.
Yeah.
And that's not an easy thing to come out. 501 not out? He didn't out, eh?
No.
Come on, that is an astronomical score.
Ricky Ponting says they were playing a test match and Brian Lara came in and a lot of ball going past the edge. And he said, at the end, but the plan was never to talk to Brian Lara. They tell a lot of players, one of the strategy against Brian Lara was not to talk to him. And then when Ricky running past him, Ricky said, man, Brian, you're boring us, play 2 shots. Ricky said from the next one, start with the middle of the batting. He was that kind of one, yeah. The Indian team came down here at time and the plan was not to speak to him. Because he let him get bored, he go out. If you engage in him and he don't bored. So he trying to talk to the man, so the keeper didn't really get the memo early. So he engaged in Brian they call him aside and say, "Why turn your back on that man when he's talking to you? Because you can't let that man get engaged inside." They say sledging in used to walk with him.
That served to energize him.
Yeah, they say sledging never walked with him.
McDonald here says, I'm glad to hear you all talk about Kenny Phillips. We lived together from 1985 to 2012. He represented Bermuda at the highest level.
Because watch, and as you say that, Australia cricket team, most time they come to the West Indies, they just pass through Bermuda. And Australia came and played a game in Grenada, and they was telling somebody, because when they come to Grenada, the coordinator of what most times does be a Grenadian person thing, so he was working with the Australian team. And they asked him if he know about Kenny Phillips, but he didn't know about Kenny Phillips. So he tell persons, them men ask about this guy. And they say this guy sleep for you. Even when Kenny was advancing some years in. Because they play some practice game up there, they'll get net bowlers. And they say Kenny was bowling still quick,
Mumbai.
Yeah, man.
Wonder where is he? Is he still in Bermuda? I wonder.
Yeah, he's Bermuda. I think he's working in the corrective. I think maybe some prison.
Prison something. Okay. Somebody's saying this disrespectfully, I think this one is. Brian Lara had a lot of different shots. He was very good, but at a time he was like a duck specialist. Like duck? Which batsman doesn't make a duck?
Duck specialist?
I ain't even going there with that one. Best batsman you ever saw in Grenada?
Danley Beggs.
Who's he?
A guy from Montrose.
What? Is he that good?
Yeah, insularity, because Danley Beggs will play big cricket. When the same Kenny Phillips Mumbai was at the pump, Danley Beggs playing for Tivoli. And Danley Beggs pulling Kenny Phillips off the front foot. Only Ricky Ponting has to do that thing and him after. Kenny running in and bowling quickly, and Danley Beggs pulling him off the front foot. Danley Beggs just scored a bundle of century in St. Andrews cricket. Ask fellas about Danley Beggs. Them men are playing for Grenada now, them batsmen. They don't have nothing on Danley Beggs. And then Danley Beggs end up going and the adult beverage kind of kill him too.
You followed it?
Yeah, and he went in Trinidad, and because in them days too, Danley Beggs was not Trini, they don't play for Trinidad. He was that good. I don't say but that's the best batsman I've seen. And I take the acid test of Kenny Phillips, and Kenny Phillips terrorizing batsmen all about in St. Andrews Cricket League. Danley Beggs, and the thing about it, Danley Beggs is a Montrose man, and he playing for Tivoli, so the contest high. Yeah.
Best catch taken by West Indian in Grenada.
By a West Indian in Grenada? I don't know.
There was the first one-day international play in Grenada. West Indies versus India. I think it was during the revolution, In any event, I saw Venkataragavan.
He's the umpire now.
Yeah, I saw Venkat drive, come on the front foot and drive through the covers. And you honestly, you would have thought that it was definitely 4 runs. But the ball traveled low. And the great surveyor went down, came up, and threw his hands up in the air. And I'm like, never, ever, ever. But I saw the West Indians running towards him, because what he threw up was the ball. And Venkat walked back.
So the late great Tony,
I couldn't believe that.
The late great Tony Coze, on speaking of Viv, you see Viv take some catches in real cricket. But you see in practice sessions, you see Viv take some impossible catches. He's one of the best fielders passing. He in the mold of Roger Harper and them fellas in him.
The cat?
Yeah. Roger Harper used to take it sometimes when he passed him. Well, they say one of the greatest fieldsmen of all time, what doesn't get really big credit, is Clive, the big cat lion. Well, they say he got injured in the course, so that he go to sleep. Well, they say he was a brilliant fielder.
But my thing on fielder was Keith Atherton.
I have a parallel argument. He's very quick to the ball, but he don't take a lot. He don't take plenty catches at the minute.
But no, I'm talking
on the ground.
Fielding on the ground. That guy was phenomenal.
Well, a man, too many of must call in that breath in field in West Indies cricket again. He's the little short man, Augustine Logie.
Yeah.
He had a fella in Australia commented to Alan McGillivray. When you hear Logie running for, and he said, let's look at my ward, right alongside the Bills. He could have well feel like a Barcos.
Fowd?
Yeah.
Out of Guyana?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
But you see, and that what happened in West Indies cricket. When West Indies went into the World Series with Kerry Packer, they had skills, but they were not fit. And Dennis Witt.
That's the guy.
Tell them, man, if I get your guys fit, or they're going to be unbeatable.
And he got them fit.
And once they got to that level of fitness, they became unbeatable.
And that is the problem with West Indies.
Right now.
They're not fit.
No, they're not.
They have serious talent. They're not fit. They can't. A West Indian player can't do something, stay in the sun 2 days. Can't.
And then the other thing about our cricket too, Andre, if you check the structure of our cricket in the region, is weekend, Saturday and Sunday, most cricket take part. So after 2 days, a lot of players can't concentrate past that. And Rudy Webster say it's unfortunate that 80-something% of the fellas that come through the thing, mentally they're not there. You see, like in cases where they would give a man a program to follow home. So unfortunately, so that's the end of the ability to understand it that much. You see, if you're in the air talking, like in the net, they look very good in the net. When they're outside, they all by themselves to concentrate it. So it's something about it. And it goes back to a societal issue you have with the young men, Dre. Manifested in the cricket.
Which is?
The young men's falling through the cracks. Cricket is a mental game. Steve White used to call it mental disintegration. But what I mean say is sledging. You see that sledging? You mentally test the man. The Australians mentally scrutinize you. If you don't mentally tough, you don't make it against them. Because when man say they talk about you in your presence like if you're not there. Or things they would tell you. Like if you do strong, they vex you. And I knew about mental disintegration because I was a fast bowler. And sometimes you bowl in a mind looking song. And you go and you walk up to him and give him some pleasantries and you get here, you get vexed out. He want to fight with you, but it's part of the game, mental disintegration. You might just tell him something you know you don't want to tell.
What was your favorite statement to say to somebody?
I can't say it on air. But I also always tell other batsmen or are talking about them in the present, but telling my fielder, look at a rabbit, you give him the carrot. So we went in St. Vincent. At the time I got picked for the
youth team.
The youth team. I went in St. Vincent and played with Northern tournament. But that time Darwin Telemack was the hottest thing on
side. Yeah, he is a good batsman.
Because he looked very good. I was Malcolm Marshall in Queen's Park down there. So I was running in with my air about myself, big Darwin Telemack. I see a bowling foot stump, just outside the off stump. In Arnold'sville. Coming from the back end. Running in first three outside the off stump. He dispatched all through the covers. And he getting kicks on me. Guys are nobody and big Darwin Telemack. Say, okay. The fourth one, same line. Different trajectory. Instead of coming out the front of the hand, he come out it in the web. He drive early. I take him and say, give the rabbit the carrot. That man vexed with me for the whole thing. That was no joke. Like when we go for breakfast, I think that man getting real hard with me. And them time and I get some real big wicket that Oza Pope and John Eugene and them fella, all them reigning men and them are able to move with them men because from the web, because they driving very early.
So that's a slow ball.
Yeah, they don't know about me. Saying who is he? I knew. Right up there, tantalizing. All the pace off, they driving very early. I say, give the rabbit and them the carrot. By them, you know, they making joke with other players on my team because they know all John Sylvester and them fellas and them. So they good. But they don't make no joke. Because I see I get kicks like a provoke full to. And then I see them man like we go out and our mind and I see they come and I just starting to laugh. Them men see and now man get my wicket by. But cricket is a nice game, you know. It's a give and take. If you're mentally strong, you can play good too. Okay, sometimes you have tough session. Everything you do, you wrong here. You bowling some. You have some days, Dre, as a bowler. You might bowl the best you bowl in a long time and get no wicket in. And you have some days as a bowler, you come and you bowl real stupid and out man. Sometimes you bowl a full toss and a man drive it straight in a man on. Or you bowl a full toss and a man miss it and you fall on his stumps. That man going out vexed because you understand? So it's a game, but you have to be mentally tough. You have to be able to roll with the punches, eh? And then you have some wicket again, what's spooting and spicy. And the ball doing a lot. And then you just have to run and hit a good spot, a good area, and let you do the rest. Sometimes, as a bowler, sometimes you're fighting to do too much, and it doesn't make sense. So sometimes you just have to keep it simple. I learned that over a period of time. Like you don't want to try to swing it too much and so on. And then again, based on condition and the type of ball you bowl with, sometimes you might doing a lot and you can't control it. So sometimes you might have to hold it cross seam to try to control because when you're swinging, yeah, sometimes you don't want it to do all what you're doing. And then you have some wicket again when it's feather bed, there's no margin for error. And if you meet a man are good, but then you have to try to learn batsman. You get a lot of batsmen who could play off the front foot and off the back foot. Some like to drive, some like to play horizontal shots. But once you figure them out, you have a better chance of bowling at them because some men that do like to drive. You want only ball shot to pull, cross, bat. Or we say cross anything, horizontal shot. So that kind of man, you keep it up. But you have some men who like to drive. You don't give them no car to drive, shot off a back of a length on them men and them. So they too short to drive and not high enough to pull. So you have to figure the wicket out. So then you take your couple deliveries. Speaking of wickets,
are our wickets in modern times helping us?
No.
So what has gone wrong?
Because the men who prepare the wicket, a lot of them don't really know how anybody's groundsman or they don't learn. You could just go around them men and them in progress pack and them and be around them and get like a walk and be a groundsman. But you don't know what it takes. And because we don't have good wickets like we used to have before, we don't playing good players. Because in regional cricket, them slow bowlers getting all bundle of wicket. When time you play them on test, they can't out nobody because they're not good enough. But because the wicket's not good enough, they're getting a lot of men out. And a lot of players now, because we don't playing on good testing wickets, we don't developing good players. So the bad part to that slow bowlers coming and do bowl nothing and out a lot of men. But when they get a good wicket, where they have to work for the wicket, they can't take because so they're not doing nothing with the ball. When you're playing on wicket what have sometimes too low and so on. So better wickets make better players.
Best wicket in the Caribbean now?
Oh no, they say St. Kitts are but I don't really know.
What do you think about our wicket here?
Before that particular stadium, we had one of the better wickets. But I can't say that now.
So what do you think they should do?
But you have to get learn cricket.
Dig it up?
Well, if that it takes, maybe the soil.
Dig it out.
You see, a lot of times the one the men are preparing wickets in the region, they don't even know grass to hold the wicket together. It always bare. So the wicket don't have enough bunks. It's always better to come out from high to go low. than low to go high. That's why one time the Indians had every time they go outside the subcontinent where you have bongs, they so struggle. But if you realize a lot of wicket in India now different and you have a lot of fast bowlers up there. Unlike here, where it don't make sense you're running in on this wicket and them. You're just killing yourself.
You get nothing.
No. And then you could just come and roll it up and out, man. Why run fast and why run and bend your back? But if you have a wicket supposed to be something, if he's a good enough player as a batsman, you should be able to want the bongs through. And West Indian shots is at the top of the bongs. When you see the hitting through the line, you play it at the top of the bongs. When a wicket is true, you could afford to do that. You could trust the bongs. When a wicket is not true, you struggle. Sometimes you drive to Orly, sometimes, variation in bongs and so on. But if you have a good enough wicket, it help everybody because the spinner learning to bowl, because he has to, fingers or wrist has to be in place. He has to get technique right to get turn and movements. The batsman could trust the bongs and play good, but they know he offers something to the fast bowlers or medium pacers. And that's what it is. But because cricket has become biased towards the batsmen, it's okay for a batsman to make 1,000 runs because everybody jumping up 4-6, 4-6. But a bowler put on a serious spell and he takes 6 for 12. They blaming the wicket. They don't say any players do have the technique thing. That's why, again, when I rate players, I rate them by era and who they come up against. Because when Brian Larnan playing, you had a set of fellas from Pakistan. You had the Kumble, the Shane Warnes, the Morley, the Vittoris. You had a set of world-class players them men play against. I can't say that now. You have a few world-class bowlers now, but not before in every team. When Richards are playing every team, the Leelys, the Hardleys, the Imran Khans, the Botham, the Wheelie Seas. Yes. But you do have every team had this set of bowlers and because when men make runs against West Indies in them time, the battery of fast bowlers we had, you well batting. You didn't make runs easy. That's why when men talking about batsmen, I still rate Graham, Gooch. Yeah, Gooch used to stand up to them. Already used to make plenty, but he used to all the time. But yeah, times he you had to bowl well to Graham. And so Courtney was giving this thing. You see, he and Marshall, that time he now come on the scene. And they were playing in England against England and the ball was swinging around corners and Denzel Marshall. He asked Courtney, he asked him, Sir Courtney Ambrose, how do you think about him? Because Courtney see the ball swinging around corners, he say, you're getting caught in his sleep. He say, Marshall tell him now, clean bowl him. He said, man, that ball swinging, so how clean bowl? See, Marshall sent 3 big away swingers. The 4th one come back in, flat axe. He say, anything Marshall tell him about bowling after that, he believe.
Marshall was a brilliant bowler.
And then that what happened. Then, you see, when you play against Marshall, you learn. Because when a reverse swing came in play, Marshall reported that within 4 deliveries, he knew what to do with it. And a lot of men bowl and they didn't know how to control the reverse swing, but within a few things. And he had certain players who could not never really travel against Marshall. Gattin, Vensak, and his fellas, and I'm like, he walked them out already. Yeah, because...
You saw him bowl spin here in Grenada?
Yes, I was in that game.
You were there?
Yeah.
I was at that game, man.
That time, Otis Gibson, we just come around that time.
Mm-hmm. And it was just before lunch on that day. And Marshall decided, was it from the pavilion end?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was so disappointing.
Yeah. I saw when Andy Roberts mess up Calitran in Queen's Park too.
I didn't see that one.
I went in that game. He ended Calitran and Karen. Calitran never played for West Indies after that. Mm-hmm.
Andy was a devastating bowler.
Yeah, man. You see, Andy had 3 bouncers. One where he let you feel happy, go lucky, hit him for 4. And next one, slower, you might miss it, and then the key line.
The one you couldn't get away from?
Yeah. And because he wasn't a very tall fella, like holding on them.
Yeah, well,
Marshall was short too. They see the bouncers was more difficult to play because he has Skida
Yeah.
throat. It's skidding at you.
Yeah, it's not necessarily bouncing and coming at you. Just skid off the pitch and coming at you.
Flat like a spitting cobra. Because Andy damage, and they say Andy had the ability now to assess batsmen in a quick time also. The brain. I tell you, Marshall had one of the best cricketing brain too. You know?
Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, better bowler.
Courtney Ambrose. Why? He had more control than Walsh. You could put on a 10 cents on the pitch and Courtney Walsh could hit it 5 out of 6 times. Only one thing I fault him for, because he used to bowl such a negative length. He used to beat the bat too much because he do it because he's more of a back of a length fella. And he used to bowl too much of good deliveries, beating the bat too much. But the thing about Courtney Walsh could bowl for 3 days.
Yeah.
And because he used to bowl wide at the crease, he saw a lot of men in a lot of different men, because wide at the crease, the angle takes it back to the off stump. But he had the ability to get it to straighten, and that used to kill a lot of men. So you must play.
It is said that he had a girlfriend in St. Patrick, from St. Patrick.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't tell you on air who it was. They didn't get married, but I can tell you it's a Seventh-day Adventist.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I can tell you. But I'll tell you the rest off air.
Yeah, man. Walsh was one of the players who I could remember a time he fought Jamaica. He bowled for a whole day. You know?
Which bowler you could toss the ball to? He never played for West Indies, but you could toss the ball to him and say, "Here you go. Stay in that end. I want you to bowl there for the rest of the day."
He never played for West Indies?
Nah.
I don't know.
Northern Caribbean. I'll give you that clue.
Northern Caribbean?
Yeah. He's a police officer.
Aaron Daly.
You got it right.
Big Aaron Daly. He tight like a capo bouncing.
Yeah. That guy you could just say, "Yo, here you go."
But why?
At first ball in the morning, you could say, "Hey, you're bowling there until lunch."
And Aaron didn't small.
No.
Big Aaron, man.
And he would bowl for the entire 2-3 sessions for you.
But one of the best fast bowlers in the region I don't play for us is a fella they call Franklin Cookie Monster Stevenson.
Franklin Stevenson, he went to
one of the first
exponents. South Africa, right?
Yeah. He was one of the first exponents of the slower delivery. I see that man mess up the leewards with Richardson playing, with the slower delivery. Yeah. But one of the things that I always would like to see, and I also listen, but I never get to see it. Big Patrick Patterson in full cry.
I never seen him
against Vivian Alexander Isaac Richard, and no Vivian on the back down, and I know Patrick Patterson.
Yeah.
Rambo. Graham Good say he faced all the West Indian fellas and he have a lot of respect for them, but he said the one that bring fear to him was Big Patrick, you know. Okay, he say he coming in from he played in Sabina, you know. And the Jamaicans are telling him to kill him. And Big Patrick running in sprigs in the air. He was quick.
Yeah, he was quick.
That man going India and Hasha Bogley. That time Hasha Bogley come new on the scene, man, and this one flew. And this one was a flyer. Now I tell the pace he was bowling India at the time. But unfortunately, I see they show a documentary, you don't remember nothing about that.
I think he had a problem in
dementia or something. He don't remember nothing about cricket. And Rambo came down from the hills and bowled quickly. Mm-hmm. Taylor didn't have no chance against Big Patrick.
Yeah, he cleaned that up.
And he's a man, what I like about Patrick, anytime they throw the ball to me, I have this smile on his face. I don't know if he's a mischief smile. Especially 4-5 wicket down, just saying for Big Patrick.
Yeah. What do you think about Wayne Daniel?
Yeah, Wayne Daniel, he real quick too, but he didn't stay around long enough. But and even in West Indies cricket again, they tell you, with all the greatness we talk about Survive, they say, yeah, that fella up in the league, what they call Big Jim Allen. They say in them times and all the time, Big Jim Allen was a better player than Vivian Richards. But Vivian get the break and he never turned back. But I think Big Jim Allen had some problem with the eye after a time. Just like Lawrence Rowe.
Yeah.
You see Lawrence Rowe is so batting and he whistling.
The whistling guy, man. Yeah, that's what he was.
But man, I really like again towards Big Carly Best.
Oh, the talking
They say
one?
comment.
The talking one? The commentator?
Yeah.
Where is he?
I think he used to be on Andrew and Mason one time, but I don't hear him on it again.
Okay.
But he could have played, just come around in the era in the wrong time. He and Ralston, Arthur and Cleveland Davidson and his fellas and them.
Gordon Greenwich and Desmond
Yeah,
spoiled them.
and Luther Kelly and his fellas and them. Yeah. They came around in just the wrong era. Because they were good enough. You know? You know, fella down here was real good to a fella like Shane Julian turn.
Yeah.
Brilliant fieldsman turn.
Yeah.
He could have bat. Because remember that man played for Windward and Leeward, and at the time when that man go and play for Leeward.
Didn't he play for Barbados too?
Could have been. But the time that man went and played for Leeward, what big player was out there. You know?
Shane Julian. He was a good batsman. He's a really good batsman. Keith Mitchell.
Yeah, he could have played too, you know. But a lot of good cricketers.
I never saw him play for...
I never seen him competitive, but I seen him in fair matches and they could see he still had what he have in him.
Batai told us when he made Windward Islands team and went and bat, Marshall told him, "You think it's schoolboy cricket we played?"
Yeah, I hear that story already.
I heard that. And did you hear the story about? I think it was in Dominica. And Batai came in and he bounced to Survive. And Survive dispatched that and say, "Oh, what kind of game it was?" And he bounced to Survive again, and Survive dispatched it again. He said, "Well, look at the bowler and put him on." And he bounced to Survive the third time, and Survive was caught deep on the square leg boundary. And he said, "Oh, wait, he Batai now good. Where Vivian Richards, all you come back, you pass it again." These guys, there are a lot of stories.
Yeah, man.
Somebody's saying Danley Joseph was a good batsman. He's big, eh?
Yeah, Big Danley.
Big Danley, yeah.
But he come around the wrong era to Haynes and Greenwich.
You know, two guys that really came in the wrong era, but one got a little end when in his the two Guyanese.
Light and Lambert,
man. Oh, Haynes and Greenwich killed these guys, you know.
Yeah, and he had another guy who was good, but he ended up going in England, Monty Lynch.
Monty Lynch, yep.
Danny Raman, all these fellas, them good too. Kit Semple, all these men just go because they couldn't make it.
They couldn't make it. They just couldn't make it.
And now we don't have this caliber guys.
We don't have them. That is so sad, eh?
What? Patrick?
Best all-rounder ever.
In cricket?
No, all cricket. All cricket. West Indies cricket.
West Indies?
Yeah.
That slam dunk? Best all-rounder in West Indies cricket? So Garfield? You can't argue with that. The man...
I wasn't talking him.
Yeah,
I didn't go to his era.
Yeah, but the man was...
Collis.
Kingdom.
Yeah.
Kingdom the good.
Collis King. Yeah. To me.
Kingdom...
Because I didn't see Sagari live
Kingdom,
like that. Yeah.
Kingdom helped me. The thing on Sagari, he used to bowl fast, he used to bowl Chinaman and everything. He was one of the most brilliant fielders West Indies had. And batting we know. But Kingdom the good man.
Yeah, Collis King was good.
One of the World Cup final, when Kingdom come West Indies on Iraq and he and Viv thing it, and Kingdom was brutal. And I don't know.
In his time, as a cricketer, would you say that the Doc was probably one of the better Grenadian cricketers that we had?
Yes.
What do you think will be his claim to fame when he's talking cricket? Batting or bowling?
I feel more you more talk about bowling, man. You take pleasure in bowling. You don't see him bowl like you have a joy.
He plays cricket with a joy. You know, his stature and everything on the cricket field is akin to me. When I see him, I see the Antiguan guy, Viv. They have the same kind of. Their stature is the same, almost the same height, that kind of walk, that kind of I am in control of this. You understand that? What they call it, the swag?
Every time I see the Prime Minister play, you remind me of Ricky Ponting there, that kind of way. You know, a lot of people don't give Ricky Ponting a lot of thing because he play in the era with Tendulkar and Lara. But Ricky's a guy, when Ricky walks in, you know Ricky walks in. And first one, you just bullet shot of a good like Ricky go dispatch you. And he's so tough. The RC series, Hamas nearly break his face and all they begging Ricky to go outside to either go in. And he had that same kind of height. Them little players and them, something about them, you know. They have a low center of gravity. De Silva and all these fellas and them, Marvin and them, Brian, Sachim, Sadala and them. They have a low center of gravity and something about them. Eh? Because you see, the length to them is a difficult thing. Now, when you bowl a short ball to a tall man, he pass way over your head. But to them men and them now, your length have to be perfect.
Yeah, you're dead.
Anytime you're straight.
Anytime you're short, you're dead.
And I realize them small man, all them could play off the back foot. Eh? So short ball is not really a big deal for them. Okay, if a man up good off the back foot, short ball don't really trouble him much. Eh? But Kingdom is good, man. Remember when you had him in Kingdom, all of Fredericks and his fellas, was a serious side. Eh? Row. You see Lawrence will whistle the whole day. You know? If he eye didn't go. Well, you see, since they took South Africa, Rose has so much problem when you're reading and thing. They knew something in well with the raw eyes. But you know a lot of men doesn't want to accept that when the thing do good, it do good. Because the big cat play with glasses. You know what? Clive Lloyd.
Yeah, Clive played.
Clive Lloyd was one of the first man, the heavy bats. But you had some good players from Monkchurch area, you know, Andre. Lot Noel and Webb and these fellas and them. Steve Marklish, Kingston Morial, these fellas and them. Was very good players. See, I'm on a little quick because I feel like an eye man, you know, Johnson, Fleming. And then Johnson ban up his waist and Johnson running like he going to walk. But in them days, that was cricket too, you know, Jay. You know, on a Sunday evening in them village and them, like everybody come out. You don't have that thing in cricket now, you know. I know in Monkchurch, we used to wait for a Sunday because I know everybody coming by the pasture.
Did you ever see Steve McLeish play cricket?
Yeah. I played with him for a little while.
Was he quick?
Yes. He's a good all-rounder too, eh?
Yeah, very good left-hand batsman.
A man who used to play good was Kenny Hobson.
Yeah, but Steve McLeish should have played longer for Grenada, should have played longer for the Windwards, should have made the West Indies team. What stopped him?
Adventist. I feel maybe that may happen to our Kingston Murray and them too.
Lot Noel?
Yeah.
Lot Noel is a brilliant batsman. You know?
Oh.
You couldn't out Lot Noel.
Lot had one of the best technique.
Yeah. Lot Noel had he when he dressed and picked up that bat to go down to the wicket to bat, you seen a lot of 1,000 runs in it. You just seen that walking in.
And anytime a batsman first inclination is to play down the V, that straight down the wicket, you know he's a batsman with a good technique. Yeah, man, Lot. And then Adventist again. Religion.
Yeah, religion.
So what you go reconcile religion and livelihood?
Meaning?
Well, them and them refuse to play that level of cricket which could have been a good livelihood for them. No, them guys, and that was in the days of cricket, man. When you Yeah, cricket in them times, you know, when you go out there was real
My
competition.
mom and sisters play cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah. My mom played cricket. My sister played cricket. Sisters. 2 of them. Patches and my mom. Me, nah.
Because in Montrose now, the ground was small, the handkerchief. However, a lot of big players came up there and struggled. Getting easy to bowl up the run up on both ends. Difficult, so a lot of big fast bowlers come up there and struggle. And you say, not little ground you're thinking, but it's not easy. You had to be a man playing there a lot of time to get accustomed to it. Because running from the road, you have to run from a high down into a ditch and go across, and then from the bottom, and either you come from the top to come down with you, Papa ready to come up. So it isn't easy. It's that difficult. A lot of big players struggle when they come up there. Struggle. And then Kenny Philip and him, they born and bred.
Cricket. That lovely game
It was a
called
game
cricket.
of passion, you know.
Yeah.
Because we go and play with Tivoli at time.
Right. Go on.
And then they bowl out we bowl out Tivoli they bowl us out for 65. You have what call a Rojo. Rojo take a bag and he say every extra run he fooling it up a stone and we have to bring it up. Rasta Darbo and Kenny Philip and them damage Tivoli for 50 something, you know. And you know that man was the manager in the furniture place. Tanis.
Yeah.
You know he used to play cricket?
No.
Tanis is called the runs machine. You know? It rasto on them fellas and them running in quickly, and Tanis dispatch them men with ease. You know? Tanis is called the runs machine, man.
You know we don't see wind ball cricket anymore.
Nah. Neither ghost, poor and all that kind of cricket and then used to play. When you hear men go and pick a whole tree of ghost one, only the new one they want to bowl at you, they say the shine.
And the plastic ball.
Yeah, compo. What?
Yeah.
When your compo hit you, days.
Yeah, and then guys still they took plastic, melted it,
Yeah.
and made a ball.
You put a stone in it,
Yeah.
and you melt around the plastic to get weight. When one fall on you, it cut in your turn. Yeah, boy. You don't have that again. Eh?
Yeah. But you spoke about passion.
Yeah.
And cricket is a very passionate game. And it is instructive because I like to, because I kind of, well, I could, but I like to at times spin it around and bring it around, and this is how passionate Keith Mitchell is.
You might get that from cricket.
You would have taken it from cricket.
Yeah.
Because cricket is a very passionate game, and he is very passionate about Grenada and lives and livelihoods of
the greater good for the greater number, for everyone.
For everyone. That is how passionate he is.
Yeah.
Whenever you see him, whenever he enters the corridors of power, like goes to parliaments, and you see him and he stands up to speak, you hear it in his voice, you know.
Yeah, it's not something he pretended.
No. When he stands up to speak, you hear and you're like, okay, fine. That's him in his glory. You don't have to see him to hear to think. You just have to hear, and you know that, hey, you feel the passion coming out of the man.
Yeah, man. You see, the thing about Dr. Mitchell, what a lot of people don't understand, what he does for on behalf of the Grenadian public is not something he's trying or something he's pretending to be. It's something that is natural to him, because you have to realize his beginnings, where he came from. He understands what it means to sleep hungry. He understands what it means to don't have. So being Prime Minister, when somebody comes to him with issues or concerns or problems of that nature, it's not something he had to grapple to ask somebody what that person mean. It's something he could identify with one time. And because he didn't, the struggles he had to go through to get where he's at presently, he understands, okay, I understand the situation here is, and I understand how things could be done for you to get off that situation. So he being the Prime Minister now is a win-win for the country, because one, he understands the plight of the small man. You understand the plight of the poor and the vulnerable. And some people don't want to call them so conveniently, but they're saying all kinds of things about them. He understands that. And because he was part of the poor and vulnerable, and he has moved on through education and otherwise, he understands, okay, I could help these people get out of the situation. Because I have the blueprint to have a plan of how it could be achieved. So he don't come and tell you something what somebody tell him. Or some people say do research. Or they do the research. The research is him. He was the case in point. He was the control experiment. So he understands, okay, here's where you are and I know what you need. I could help you here. However, let me teach you. And he has the passion. So like I tell you, nothing about, and when one is pretending, you can't have passion when you're pretending because you'll be found out.
Passion.
And then you have to always try to remember how you acted, but not so with him. That's him. That's part of the DNA. And I tell you, my personal experience with the Prime Minister and how his love for people, I haven't come around other people so. I don't say you don't have here, you know. But in the realm of politics, I haven't come around people so outside the team of the New National Party. Because they always feel that they are a class above. They always treat you like the laity and the clergy. But the NNP don't really treat people so. So they always saying, oh, our poor people and this and that. Because NNP understand, when you're in leadership position, when you're leading a country, you have to provide for all. And some might be in a position to ably provide for themselves. You assist them to do so. However, those that cannot do it, you have to be part of them. So when stimulus package come and social network programs come, you because the government understand that what he put emphasis on that. That's what NNP understand about the people. And it is not rocket science to who know, like Dr. Keith Mitchell, it's not rocket science for him. It might be for others who parachute and come down, who never been in that. It might be rocket science for them. However, for Dr. Keith Mitchell, it's something that he knows. I met this guy come out in America yesterday evening and he was telling me how the doc. And he was speaking in glowing terms of the doc and he tell me much. And you made the statement earlier when you're talking about prime ministers in Green that the doc, they in front. And them other men in the back. So the blessing thing. And the man say he know of Dr. Mitchell since he small and that how he is now is not something he pretending to be. And I couldn't speak of knowing him that time. I only speak of knowing him now. But the man say, no, what you see from him now, with this kind of way you like to help and think, that was him from long. And if you go to Dr. Mitchell in a capacity to assist somebody, his question does not be who is the person and who they start putting all this nonsense in. His question is about how could we help that person? And as you say, that is the passion. That is the love. According to my good friend Gordon, he have Figanda. And so on. So when we speak of him, it's not about saying things what is not true. Even, and I always say on this radio here, Dre, even if you don't like it, you cannot argue with that. Take it. Your opinion is yours. Your opinion of him is yours. However, the facts are what it is.
All right. It is what it is, but it'll be remiss of us
Yeah.
if we do not encourage people to enjoy a great weekend,
Yes.
Independence Weekend. You got the, if I can back up, you have the virtual stuff on Monday, and most of the stuff will be shown on GIS.
Yeah. But you have something tonight?
The Calypso competition, that's tonight.
Who is your horse in the race? Teddy?
I have two horses. They're both from St. Patrick.
Okay.
Teddy and Monique Cummins.
Okay.
Monique is a very good singer. She wrote the song for herself, this song for herself. And I'm going to make a statement that people are going to get upset with me, but you know, they're always getting upset with me anyway. Monique, at one time, was in the stable of, what's his name?
Ferguson stable?
Ferguson stable. She took a break. She didn't really sing for a while. She came back, did a song, but she took a break again. And this time, when I got the song from Monique, so it was written and by her. And I listened to the song, Carl. And the song is not a great song.
Yeah.
But it's a good song.
Okay, serious song.
It's a nice song. The melody in the song is nice. The arrangement of the song is good. Could the lyrics have been different? Because I wouldn't say better. Yes, the lyrics could have been different. But Monique, if she continues and writing for herself and getting other people to help her put it together, because Val Adams, great singer, nice arrangement, all the songs that he has. Whenever he wrote, he'd take it to his brother Sam, and Sam will edit. That's why Valian, because Sam died, so Valian really singing plenty these days. I always say that, so don't take me out. But you understand what I'm saying here, Carl? Yeah. So Monique is on the up again. And I wouldn't call her a dark horse in the race, but she's there. And I really and truly hope that the Grenada Cooperative Bank is backing Monique on this one. They need to back her on this one. Teddy Christopher. Teddy can sing. I always let him stick with groove and calypso, but he believes that he's a soca artist. I don't necessarily agree, but Teddy can sing. Teddy has a decent song, and he will be in the runnings tonight. I haven't heard Saw Serpent. And there are others in the competition, but those are my two dogs in the competition. Top Cat and Monique. Those are the ones that I'll be hooting for.
Who bringing it, you say? Jazz?
Yeah, Jazz.
I'll try to listen now.
Well, they didn't ask us. They didn't reach out to us, so it is what it is, you know. You don't push yourself where you're not needed. And then I need the rest. I'm happy that they didn't ask. It's kind of like,
okay.
Sometimes you just need the rest because of what. So, yes, Calypso competition tonight. We have a service in your slot on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Working out the whole issue with the link for that service. And then we have another service which is the national one.
Yeah.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So therefore there wouldn't be the 1 o'clock program again. And so it will be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. Monday, great music, great entertainment on Real FM Radio. It's Independence Monday. It's a holiday.
It's a holiday.
Yeah, don't do too much on Monday because you have to be ready for work on Tuesday morning. That's it. Mm-hmm. I think no better way to end the program. Do you think? Can you think of a better way?
No, it's a patriotic way.
And it wouldn't be.
What wouldn't be?
It wouldn't be nice of me to end with one of the songs for tonight. Although Monique and Top Cat, those are my dogs, but I would not, you know.
You won't try to influence the panelists?
I can't influence them, but it's just that I would.
You never know.
No. So, what song do you think we should end with?
Maybe
somebody saying Andre Nolan's selection as caretaker for the South St. George constituencies for next week. What do you mean his selection as caretaker? That happened this week, ain't it?
Yeah.
Depo, what happened? You're dreaming now. Did Richardson make the team as an opening batsman?
Who?
Richardson.
Yeah, Richardson used to be an opening batsman.
So he made the team as an opening batsman?
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't know that. Somebody saying, hey, very good program. Took me down memory lane. That's what we are for. We do good programs every now and again.
It's a hungry world out there.
Yeah. It is are you hungry, Carl?
Yes.
Oil down today?
Oh, no, man. Ain't we have to make oil long tomorrow?
That doesn't mean you're
No, we can't grease up the chest too much.
Can't grease up the chest too much.
Nah. You are long in today? Mene.
I'm just
Morning, Mene.
I'm just looking at it.
Mene, them are long into their feeling.
You see, and so we got the breadfruit.
We won't spell it, we go eat it.
Got the breadfruit. I don't know. If men and them oil long in today, then why are we going an oil long? I don't know. We will talk about that afterwards. Do you think? Yeah, let's talk about it afterwards. Carl Keaton, was indeed a joy being with you for yet.
It was my pleasure indeed to keep getting training. Thanks, Mr. Andre. I must tell you for the audience to hear. Thanks for taking you under my wings in terms of radio and showing me certain things. I give you flowers now. Thanks for taking you under your wings, Mr. Andre, and show me certain things. Thank you. Priceless. I couldn't afford to pay for that. Priceless. Thanks. And I'm saying it in public so everybody hear my gratitude.